What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, September 17th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, some injury updates for Texas Longhorn Football, more sound from Steve Sarkisian, and some stat comparisons for the 2025 Texas Longhorns against the 2024 Texas Longhorns through the first 3 games of the year, plus some SEC power rankings, a little Major League Baseball conversation, some interesting press conference clips from the football weekend, and an update on this note.
Oh, yeah.
We got more to the story that ended our show yesterday. So a lot to dive into in the world of sports and beyond. We appreciate each and every one of you tuned in this morning. Happy hump day to everybody out there, and a happy hump day to you. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing okay, man. It's a beautiful morning here in Dripping Springs. It's sun coming up. Bussy number 2 just went by. So, I have to make sure the kids get off. I'm like the crossing guard. So I'm the eyes of the neighborhood. So when I look out and see bus number 2 go by, everything's safe for the day. I don't do a good job for the neighborhood during the course of the day, though. Once the kids go away, I'm off patrol then, Somebody else has to take over for me as a protector of the neighborhood after the kids go.
Hold on, Bucky Epstein. You said you have to make sure the kids get off.
Get off to school, yes. Let me say get on the bus and get off at school, yes.
Yeah, that's a very important distinction there. You can't just say, I'm going to make sure the neighborhood kids get off every day. That is very concerning.
Okay, no, they got to get off to school, yes.
Okay, yeah, get on the bus would have made more sense.
Yes.
Get off, yeah.
And then I'm off duty.
That's once all the neighborhood kids have gotten off, then you are done for the day.
Off the bus or out of their cars and headed to school, I'm off duty. Yeah, I can start my day.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, that's good. It's an interesting revelation on today's show.
Yes, then I'm off duty.
You're off duty, and then you come back in and start the show with us.
Yes, and then I don't have to wait for them to get off the bus coming back home. That's their parents' deal after that.
Okay, so you just do the morning shift, and the parents take care.
I'm the morning shift, yes.
You're the morning guy, and then the parents handle everything else, huh?
Yes, Louie and I, we make sure everybody's safe and off to school.
I like that. How's the back this morning? Did you end up playing golf yesterday?
No. Not a chance.
Come on, man.
Not a chance. No, not a chance. It's not till I see the doctor on Friday and make it through the weekend. And, I've got some Jewish holidays that I got to take care of next week.
Yeah, you do.
Start of the holy season. So I got to be, I have to do all the, the praying and getting on my knees and doing other things. So I need to be healthy for that, for the season. So I couldn't go out there yesterday. It would have been misery. It would have taken one swing and that would have been it. I went for a little walk down the street here and back up the road, and it's still very, very sore. I went to a place to make arrangements for me to get stretched. A place called Stretch. I think it's called Stretch Accommodation or something like that. Stretch Zone in Lakeway. I'm going to go see those folks next week and get hamstrings stretched and start doing that. I'm the worst stretcher of all time, and I've been that way. I mean, when I was an athlete, I was, stretch time in athletics was a time to tell your boy beside you about the girls and stuff on campus. You never really stretched. It was just a way to talk to the guy next to you about what was going on, what happened last night, what happened just before practice. I didn't stretch at all. I just talked and pretended. And boy, my body has paid the price for not being a great stretcher. And there's people I see go through the whole gamut. I know those ladies that go to yoga class, they're not going there just so they can get in yoga pants and let you see them at the HEB. They go there for a reason.
They're doing yoga classes at the HEB now?
No, that's what after the yoga classes, you see them at HEB and stuff.
Yeah.
They go there for a reason. They want to keep their bodies looking good and their muscles stretched out. And when you have to get those cans out of the kitchen, you know what I'm saying? When you have to get up on the top shelf or you have to bend down and get the pots and stuff, they got to be in shape.
Yeah, let those cans out, ladies. I agree.
But it's different. Guys just think it's like automatic. You wake up and everything's all stretched. God, you can get into some problems if you don't take care of your muscles, you know?
Dude, I hate yoga.
And you know me, I'm a terrible guy of drinking water. I always claim that this is going to be the day that I drink a gallon of water. Well, I had probably had maybe one of these yesterday for the entire day. I called it a great day. Well, I figured today I need to have six of these things.
Yeah.
At the least.
Water's good for you, man. The more you drink, the better.
The more you drink, the more you pee.
Oh, that is true as well. Yeah, that's the big trade-off you have to make, right? If you drink a bunch of water during the day, you know you're going to have to wake up 2 or 3 times at night to take a leak. But no, drinking water is good for you, man. That's a good change to your regimen. I like that.
Yeah, so I'm in on that. And I mean, I pee. I mean, I'm going to get up anyway and pee, whether I drink a lot of water or not. This is just my routine for a lot of years. So might as well drink water. Might as well get that in me to help out these bones and stretch some of these muscles out a little bit. So I'm going to get a little helping hand, and I'm going to go through with it. If I put my mind to it, I can do it.
Yeah, do a little bit of stretching every day. You don't have to go through a full yoga class. Like I can't stand yoga, but I try to do like 5 minutes of stretching every single day.
I actually went to a yoga class. There was probably about 10 or 15 years ago, I actually went to a class and it was okay. It was one of those not high dollar grade A yoga classes where, you know, the teacher, they were all looked like pretzels and stuff. It had some olds in it like me, but I was the only dude in the class. And it was like, I mean, the ladies are looking at me like, man, this guy is jacked up. This is as far as he's going to go, as far as he's going to move. And then the teacher, 2 classes in, the teacher went and started teaching another class, and they brought in another teacher, and that was it for me.
Brought in a jabroni.
Oh yeah, they're like, okay, you can do it a little deeper. You can go a little deeper. I'm like, come on, man, what are you talking about a little deeper? This is as deep as this body goes.
Yeah, why are your hands right there?
Yeah, I mean, really.
Yeah, yoga's a lot. I mean, there's pretty light yoga, I think, and then there's the strenuous stuff. And I just like a lot of guys probably go to yoga classes. A lot of guys definitely go to yoga classes to try to pick up chicks. But I'm like you. Look, I'm more flexible than you, I think, but I'm not very flexible. So I'm gonna make a fool out of myself. Like that's not a place where I have any success picking up chicks. I don't know why guys do that. If you're super flexible, I guess that it's a good thing for you. But if you're anything like me and you're trying to pick up chicks at a yoga class, then I think
if you're some figure skating dude and can stretch and do all these, you know, with your legs and stuff, the chicks are going, that guy is limber. He must have it going on. But see an old man in there moaning, going, oh, no, I'm stuck. Help me. I mean, no, you don't go there to get help. Like, help me with these maneuvers, these simple maneuvers. So I haven't been, but you got to stretch. Let that be, hey, you kids in the car line today, make sure that you're stretched. Those kids are limber. They can do it. They can fall out of trees and everything else.
Yeah, the kids are fine. It's more the adults that need to make sure they're stretching, I think.
For sure. But everything else feeling good. You know, I'm looking forward to Texas getting well if they can this week. Well as they can get. You know, it can't, because I'll tell you this, it can't get any worse. And it can't get any worse against the team that they're playing. They can really be bad and just look bad, but they can't look worse than they've looked. I just don't believe they can, unless a bunch of people get hurt, unless they lose a bunch of people in this game, or a bunch can't play in this game. That's the only thing I worry about for sure. Other than that, this should be a smackdown, and you know they're not even going to be able to help but smacking this team down. It should be that way, and things should get just a little bit better for them. I don't know about 2 weeks from now. That'll be, we'll have to lean on the head coach and the week off and how they're doing and go by what he says. That's the only way we can we'll be able to tell until they actually play an SEC game. So just looking forward to good things happening for this football program for sure, because it's struggling right now. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate it. To you and your families, do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. An early text from our buddy Tom McKay on the Coda text line. He says,
Thank God. That's 10-3, Tom.
He says, thank God you guys are alive because we get to listen to you gripe about Arch Manning. Just let the guy play a couple of games first. Tom, Arch Manning has played 3 games, and he's played poorly in about 2.5 of them. So I'm not giving up on him. I'm saying there's a chance he plays better. I think he will play better, and I expect him to play better. His story is not over. But we can't sit here and lie to our audience and say that Arch Manning is playing incredibly well right now, because he's not. So
yeah, you can't roll out a junior high team to play Texas, so he really looks good. He's going to have to play against some guys that semblance of athletes on the other side of him. So you can only set it up. So it can't be set up any better than this.
Right. Yeah. Sam Houston is the closest thing to that junior high team that you could possibly be playing in college football. I mean, we talked about some of their defensive numbers yesterday. They are one of the worst defenses in college football. Out of 136 teams, they rank 133rd in pass defense. I believe they rank 126th in points per game allowed. They're giving up 38 points per game so far this season, and they haven't played anybody in Power 5. It's been all G5 opponents that they've gone up against in their first 3 losses of the year. So this is about as get right of a game as you could possibly have for Arch Manning and the Texas offense. And the hope is that he gets it right. And with this week of practice, they're able to find a couple of things, and they're able to clear out whatever is blocking him mentally, because I think that is what the majority of this is. And Steve Sarkisian and Arch Manning himself agree, because they both feel like this is mental right now. So they've got to, this is a great opportunity for them to figure some things out, clean some things up, and get some confidence going into SEC play, when obviously the schedule gets a heck of a lot tougher.
Yeah, I mean, it won't get any easier, so you got to get well in the next 2 weeks. I know the week off, I think the week off is going to do him a lot of good also. Just take a real step back and watch a lot of film. Hey, go to class, do all those things you have to do to be a student athlete and not a commercial athlete. You know what I'm saying? But he'll probably have so many things he has to do in that off week, that, I mean, his mind will be just filled with stuff to do. I mean, he won't have that won't be a rest week for him, for the kind of price tag that he has on him. That guy's going to be busy in the off week. So,
I think the whole offense is going to be, right?
Oh, for sure. They should be. They should be film work stuff. But remember, some of these guys have NIL deals that on an off week, there's some things that you have to go do. You have an obligation to do, but to get away from football a little bit, maybe one of the best things.
Yeah, maybe. I think a sports psychologist is hopefully in his plans. Hopefully they've already connected him with one, and I know they've got a few on staff down at the University of Texas. So if it is mental, like everyone says it is, then I hope they are actually doing something about it versus just hoping that, that's going to go away with more reps.
Oh, I'll take a part-time job as a sports psychologist. I'm good at psychology with athletes. I can get into their head. I may not get out of their heads, but you ask Ricky and Griff and some of those guys how I got into their head.
What's your plan? What's your plan then? If Texas reached out to you to talk to Arch Manning, get him right, what would you say? How would you go about it?
I mean, just a mental preparation of, and it would come from all that stuff of starting kind of from the basics of, of his accuracy and what he needs to do when it comes to the little things, BK, to, things that you take for granted when you see guys coming across the middle, and the things that you have to imagine where a guy is going to be, and letting the ball loose, not that short arm stuff, just letting your arm flow. I mean, you got some of these throws that he has when there's too much mustard on it. It's like there's something that rushes him for some reason when you don't have to do that. I know that offensive line isn't the greatest, but he's had some time on some throws. And I think you've seen it where there's nobody near him.
Right.
There isn't traffic in his face, and a guy comes clean, and there's a window to throw it into. But all of a sudden, he's you can see his whole face and his whole body, everything about him speeds up for some reason when there's time. Let that thing flow. He's got to let some of the stuff flow in front of him. He's got to, I think he's got. What I saw from him last year, he had pretty good anticipation. Now it just seems to be the anticipation isn't there. There's something rushed about what he's doing. And I don't know if it's triggered from when he was in the games last year, he had a little bit more time. Well, yeah, he had a little bit more time. That offensive line was a little bit better than it is right now. But it's not so hurried to the point that he looks like there's something, his speed of what he's doing, it looks like it's in, those movies in fast motion. You know what I mean? It looks like it's that way when it should be slow. It still should be slowed up. He's got plenty of time.
Yeah. Well, he looks like a first-year starter. And
it looks like a high school player that just got on campus to me.
Yeah, we were kind of hoping he wouldn't look like a first-year starter because he's been on campus for 3 years, and also because he started a few games last year and looked better than he does right now. But he's going through some things that a first-year starting quarterback goes through. And again, hopefully with more time and more reps, it all gets cleaned up. But, you don't have a ton of time to clean it all up, right? And your goals are to, compete for an SEC title and make the college football playoff this year. And the version of your quarterback that you've gotten to this point in the season isn't going to get you there. So,
yeah, and it's hard for the head coach to slow him down because you've seen him over the last couple of years. It's hard for him to start going back to step one with him. You know what I mean? It's like, I can't do that. Now I've been with the kid for 3 years. I look like an idiot if I'm talking these little baby steps with him right now. We're getting ready to play in the SEC here in 2 weeks. I can't be going back to step one with him, which maybe that's the deal. Get in that film room and say, there's no reason for you to speed this up. Slide that ball out in front of your receiver, and you don't need to be hitting him on back shoulders. You got plenty of time. What's the rush? Going through some of the steps of slowing down the process instead of speeding it up. As I said, coaches will have a tendency to overcoach. Once stuff goes wrong, now they think it's them. I haven't coached them hard enough. I really need to get this and get that and get this and get that. And now you're going real fast,
Yeah. Well, here's a little bit of sound from Arch Manning. He had a little media availability on Monday, and we've got a couple of cuts from him. We'll start with this one. I've referenced this a couple of times already this morning. Arch Manning was asked if he believes that some of his struggles are more physical or mental.
Probably mental, to be honest. I think I just need to go out there and play my game. I know the type of athlete and type of player I am. Just go cut it loose and have some fun, play ball.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, they let things slow up again. For some reason, they're sped up, and it's part of what's around him too. Once again, last year he was in there with an offensive line that we thought could have been better, which they could have been, but they were pretty good. This line right here is good enough for an athlete like that to not be so sped up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's plenty of time.
I mean, we showed some of the screenshots yesterday. There were plenty of opportunities in that UTEP game where Arch Manning was given a clean pocket and he had an open receiver, and he either didn't throw to that receiver or threw it very inaccurately to that receiver. So, the play calling has set up some things for him. He's just not quite seeing it. And again, inexperienced quarterback, maybe with more reps and watching more film, he'll be able to realize, okay, that's where I need to go with the football. And in the future, he'll be able to anticipate, this is where someone is going to be open. This is where I need to throw.
He needs to throw what's good for him right now. The head coach, we like for him to take some shots down here, throw some shots down. But if they're giving you something, don't be afraid to take that immediately. Get some reps where the throws, and we saw that yesterday on the first throw of the game where guy's wide open, wing goes wide open, and he short arms him. I mean, you got to still work on that. If the receiver, if you don't feel comfortable, go ahead and throw it out to your running back that's sliding out there. Make that easy throw out to him. Get your mind going in the right direction. Take a couple of those early. What is it that's good for you? Not what we think should be good for you, letting the ball loose down the field. And if you feel like I need a couple of those little short throws or whatever I can, or dump off in a screen. Coach, start him off. Don't start him off with a tunnel screen where he throws it out there and the wide receiver misses a guy or grabs him. Let's slide the back out and just throw it over the top like that. Give yourself something positive to happen. You know,
that's a short throw, isn't it? A tunnel screen.
Well, I don't like
very short throw. You can't make a much shorter throw than that.
Long out to the sideline with four guys out there with one having to block one guy. I don't like those things.
Look, if you don't like the play, that's fine. But like that,
no, I don't
you can't argue that that's not a short throw. That's a short throw.
I don't like the cluster. That doesn't seem like a short throw to me. That seems like out to the boundary at the tight boundary with too many people around. Too many things can happen. I'm talking about a gimme. I'm talking about a swing screen for a back. That's a handoff. That's not even a throw. That's more like a handoff. So yeah, I'll go as far as talking baby steps with a throw like that. You know,
that's fine. He hasn't been accurate enough on the short and intermediate throws too, which is, that's something that Quinn Ewers was obviously great at, right? Quinn Ewers could hit those short and intermediate throws in his sleep. It was just the deep ball that gave him a lot of issues. And with Arch right now, yeah, just the inaccuracy at all three levels is popping up. So obviously that's tied to the mechanics, and I think that's tied to what's going on up here. And just they got to find something to get him in rhythm. There's no doubt. Even if guys are open, if that doesn't fit Arch's skill set right now, then they got to call some different plays and scheme some different things to do something to maximize his skill set right now. So that's where this thing is at. One more from Arch Manning here. He was asked about Michael Taft. Those two guys were actually up there together, kind of holding a joint availability on Monday. And Arch was asked about Michael Taft and just this defense as a whole. And I wonder if there's something pretty telling in what Arch said in this answer.
It's a blessing. I've always looked up to Mike since I got here and since he was on my visits. And anytime you have a good defense like that, it's definitely a little bit easier. You don't have to do too much on offense and just play within yourself, and that's what I'm going to do, and continue to have fun, because this is what it's all about.
No, you need to help out your defense.
I agree. Like, Buck, every year I go into a Texas football season hoping that the offense is going to average 40 points per game. Like, yeah. To me, that is the mark of an elite offense, especially in this conference. If you can average 40 points per game, then you're going to have
defenses. Yes,
you're probably going to have a top 10 to 12 scoring offense in the country, and you are going to be in a position to compete for a conference and a national championship. So that is always my goal for Texas football, and that was my goal going into this season as well. They're not close to that right now. I'd be very shocked if by the end of the year, this team does end up averaging 40 points per game. I wonder if it's like, can you get to 21 or 24 in these SEC games? Is that going to be enough for your defense? Obviously, you want more. And obviously, if you only get to 21 or 24 this week, then people are not going to be happy. No. But when you get to conference play, can you get to 21 or 24 and just have your defense sit on people and win a bunch of low-scoring slugfests?
Yeah, how much is a bunch, though? The thing for me is I don't know if this team can get to 24 against even a bad Florida team or a bad Mississippi State team. They have enough, like I said, they have individual players on some of these defenses that have a bad offense that are pretty good. They got guys that can get to the quarterback, they can make you fumble, they cover well enough. When your offensive game, when your passing game is off, there's just and as I said, it's as good as Michael Taft and those guys are on defense. It's only a matter of time, guys, before they wear down in the SEC. It's just I don't care how deep they are. I don't care how many players they went out and bought on the defensive line. They are going to wear down if this offense can't stay on the field and not just stay on the field, but score points.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you feel like the defense is probably going to have a bad day at some point.
They're due one.
I don't think it's going to be they wear down and then the last 4 games of the year they look awful because of the offense struggling. I think way more often than not, even with an inconsistent offense, the defense is going to show up on Saturdays. But the question is like, okay, the 1 or 2 times this year where the defense does have an off day, can your offense go out there and win you a football game? That's what Texas needs to prove. To this point, the answer is no. Again, a lot of game left. They still have 9 regular season games, and they've got obviously 2 weeks to clean some things up before the start of conference play. But that's my worry. I'm not worried that the defense is just going to fall off a cliff like when the calendar flips to November because they're so tired. It's just, okay, the 1 or 2 times where they're struggling, can Arch Manning in this Texas offense score enough to pick up the slack and lead Texas to a victory?
In this conference, you're going to have to win a game on offense. You're going to have to make a comeback you're going to have to make something happen in the fourth quarter with a long drive. Can this group do that? Those are the things.
Right. I don't know. They had their chance in week 1 against Ohio State, right? The defense gave them all of the opportunities in the world. And
yes,
they had a few chances late in the game, obviously one in the final couple of minutes of the game, to march down the field and get into the end zone and tie the game and maybe force overtime, and they couldn't do it. Well, it's game 1.
You and I know what's going to happen. You and I know what's going to happen up in Dallas here in a couple of weeks. They're going to have to march down the field in order to do something. The defense is going to play their ass off. John Mateer is going to make something happen. They're going to score something. The Longhorns are going to have to come down the field before half and get some points. Are they able to do that on a sustained drive? That's what we're going to have to find out. But they're going to have to do that in more than just that game. They have to do it against the Aggies. They're going to have to do it Kentucky on the road. There's just so many of these games that are looking them in the face like that. And can they do that? So I don't mean to make it seem like the defense is just going to disappear, but mentally you just can't have these great games every week defensively if your offense is not giving you anything. It's just too tough.
No, you talk about complementary football, right? Like that's something every coach preaches, and Steve Sarkisian is no exception. And you want to see that, right? Your offense picks up your defense picks up your offense, your special teams helps out with both of them.
Yeah, and your special teams has done well enough right now. Your punters got you out of a lot of, there hasn't been any shankopotamuses where your defense has got put in the biome. Your punters come in there and done a really decent job. Your field goal kicker is 100%. It's not kicked many of them, but the ones that he's kicked have gone through the uprights. You punt well enough, you cover well enough. Those things are working for you right now. So, like you said, one of these games, you're not going to have that game. You're going to have a game where some of it breaks down. What can your offense do to help your football team? Right now, I don't see anything right now.
And those are the positives, right? You feel like 2/3 of Texas's units are pretty good. And it was great to see Ryan Niblett in the punt return game play the way that they did against UTEP. Now,
he's gaining more confidence about what he needs to do back there. That's his job right now. So
yeah, he still needs to catch every punt. He still let one drop against UTEP, which it's like, dude, you're really fast. You're a really good returner. You showed us all. When you get the ball in your hand, you can make guys miss and you can make something happen. So go catch the ball.
Yes.
I will say there were a couple of penalties on special teams on Warren Roberson, which that was a huge problem for him last year. And he committed 2 penalties himself against UTEP. So that's annoying, but the kicker's good. The punter's very good. You feel like your return man can be good. So special teams
if you're a guy that gets 2 penalties on you in the special teams at the same position, don't you think you find somebody else? I mean, that just seems kind of silly to me. I don't care how – I mean, you'd have to be great in order not to have 2 penalties a game in that. In that kind of game, come on.
Right. Yeah, that was annoying. But special teams, I feel like, is good. Much better than last year. I don't think there's any question about that. And the defense is still really good. No question about that. So, look, there are teams out there that have 1 unit playing well. There are teams that have 0 units playing well. Good news for Texas is they've got 2 of the 3 looking really good right now. And that's going to give them a chance. They just, again, they got to get the offense up to speed, and we'll see what they can do on Saturday against a team that they are 40.5-point favorites against. Same line as last week.
Yeah, I mean, points, winning, covering the spread doesn't really matter right now to me. I got to see you score in the 40s against this team. You got to look good doing it. You can't, have them throw you interceptions where your guys take it down and you're going in from the 5. That should happen against them anyway. Your offense needs a nice, long, sustained drive, a big play, some explosive plays that should happen against a group like this. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, Texas had 6 drives against UTEP that started in Miners territory. and they scored 20 of their 27 points on those drives, which tells you two things. Number one, they probably should have cashed in more. Like, instead of 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals, you'd like for that to be like 5 touchdowns and a field goal against that
4
team.
at least.
Yeah. And number two, it tells you that they didn't sustain any. Well, I guess they sustained 1 long drive on Saturday, but their other 7 points, all the other possessions that they had where they didn't start in UTEP territory only amounted to a total of 7 points. So,
yeah, we're almost at the point of the season where, you start saying, oh, you're almost at the point where they have to get better.
Yeah.
You can't start hoping that all of a sudden when they go down to the swamp, this is where they get better. This is where they really hone in on the SEC. They start taking things serious. Now, we're seeing enough deficiencies on this offense that over the next 2 weeks, there's a lot that they have to do. I mean, Sark knows that. I mean, he knows that about all the positions. I know he can't do anything about guys being hurt at the running back positions, but he's got to find a guy who's going to be the guy, and that's got to happen here quickly because these soft tissue pulls and all that stuff, all of a sudden you don't throw a guy against Florida that's not ready to go. That's not where the soft tissue hamstring is going to get better. You're going to, that's where things get a little shaky down there. So if he truly is thinking about this young freshman being his running back, being his guy for the next couple of weeks, I would say, yeah, he's got to start. I mean, if Christian Clark is not your guy and you're looking towards, like you did last week, giving a bunch of carries to a high school guy, better get it done here in 2 weeks. Better get it done in this game.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing behind the scenes, Texas expects both Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter back for the Florida game. Okay. And I think if the Florida game was this Saturday, Trey Wisner would be playing. CJ Baxter, I'm not so sure, but the good news is the Florida game isn't this Saturday.
Right.
So I think Texas will still err on the side of caution. Steve Sarkisian already told us on Monday that CJ Baxter is out for Saturday.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We'll see about Trey Wisner, but I think both of those guys are going to be good to go against the Gators.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you have to get him going, but at practices. But for me, Trey Wisner, if he doesn't see the field this week, I'm still not worried. I think that's a smart move. You got a whole week of practice before you play Florida to get him ready to go. And now you're talking about almost a month of that guy not playing football. That hamstring should be ready to go because you don't have 6 and 8 weeks for a hammy to get better at this point of the season with your offense. You need to get your best players at every position ready to go. And if he's your best running back, then over the next 2 weeks, get him prepared. You can go ahead and throw in Manny Moe and Jack this week in there at running back and get away with it.
Manny Moe? You mean Manny Muhammad?
No, Manny Moe and Jack, the Pep Boys.
Oh, that's their names?
Yeah, Manny Moe and Jack. Yeah, they can get in the game and you can still win. So whoever Manny Moe and Jack is in that running back room, you can throw them in. You don't have to throw Trey in there. You can get him ready he needs to be ready for the Florida game. But Manny Moe and Jack can play in this one, and you still should win pretty easily.
Manny Moe and Jack. That's Christian, James, and Jarek.
Yeah, there you go. And the fullback. Yeah, the fullback.
Start calling them the Pep Boys. That's great. Texas's 3 through 5 running backs. They're now the Pep Boys. Well done. Well done.
Well, they should be playing, and they should be doing well.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume they'll play. I liked what I saw from James Simon in his first Texas game. I wish I liked more of what I saw from Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson because those guys are in their second years. I guess Christian Clark's in his first year because he didn't play at all as a true freshman. But, I think those guys have a little something, but they're obviously not as good as Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter.
I mean, one thing I know an average back when I see him. So,
yeah, well, you do. I know a shitty offensive line when I see one, and I think you do too. And this offensive line right now, again, I gave the stat on Monday. James Simon averaged 3.9 yards a carry against UTEP. If you just look at that, you're like, that's not very good. That's average. Then I tell you that James Simon averaged 4.2 yards after contact per carry against UTEP, which means that dude was getting hit as soon as he got to the line of scrimmage basically every single time. So look, you want your running backs to make more guys miss and break more tackles. I get it. But some of the struggles is just the offensive line getting this much push.
Yeah, and I'm fine with the guy who's great after contact, but I'm also fine with the guy who's great after contact, still making a long run.
Sure.
You can still, you can spin off of a guy. You don't have to totally make a miss. I love them. I love the ones that make a miss because I was always a Gale Sayers fan that just made a miss that didn't take any contact on. But I was okay with Walter Payton when he made contact and still made long runs after that.
Mm-hmm.
Even when these guys get contact, there's nothing anymore after that. It's just kind of straight line gas. And I mean, like I said, when you start telling me that Christian Clark resembled Bijan Robinson, I mean, at what point did he resemble him? Because I haven't seen any of that whatsoever. There's nothing that tells me that guy's anything like they said he was. There's nothing. He's just, to me, he's a good back that's just learning. He's coming off an Achilles. I got to give him credit for even being out there this soon. But there's nothing in my mind watching from my eye that tells me that guy, there's anything in BJ's repertoire that this kid has that comes close to it. Nothing.
Well, that was Tashard Choice, the former running back coach at Texas.
But he's a pretty good running back coach.
Well, he coached Bijan and he recruited Christian Clark. So that's his word. And, I think most of those comments were before the Achilles tear.
Yeah, maybe there's something that, that I just should have seen before that, because since that, I would be just excited that the guy's on the field at this time in his career, this soon,
Yeah, I mean, he's had 14 carries so far. So, haven't seen it in those 14 carries, but I think he's got a lot more in the tank, and hopefully he gets.
Yeah, I don't know if they have that true speed. You can be explosive without having great speed. I mean, I never shuddered at a 15-yard run. I never said, "Oh, that wasn't good enough." I never looked at a kid after he made a 15-yard run and said, "Oh no, it should have been an 80-yard run." Unless I got him one-on-one he and I were watching film, and I'm like, that's the guy that tackled you. I mean, that's where I start playing the head games. But I would never say to anybody that was a bad 15-yard run. Are you kidding me? Well, give me a whole bunch of those all day, and I'm fine with it.
If you were the Texas running back coach, you could only say that to one person on one play this year, because
holy shit, and that would be
the Texas run. Hold on, the Texas running backs have one carry of more than 15 yards this season, Buck. That's it.
Yeah, a guy like John Malkovich would be all over me by this time of the year. That's it. If that stat came up, BK, and came across my desk and across his desk, and he was the offensive coordinator and the game planner, and he said, "This is what you got here, these guys," he would start talking about, maybe I should pick the guy to be in the game for running. I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah, that's not what you wanted to hear. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Plenty more to dive into. A lot of great comments coming in, a lot of great texts coming in. Again, hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328.
Somebody said Mo, Larry, and Curly.
Yeah, you can go with the Three Stooges as well. I like Pep Boys, but
I don't want to call them Stooges. No, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go that bad. They're the Pep Boys, the Pep Squad.
They're the Pep Boys. I love it. I've got some positivity this morning. A lot of negativity this week around Longhorn Nation because of what this offense looks like. But we've got some positivity here, maybe some reasons for optimism that everything is going to be all right. Three little birds. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick. I know they're listening this morning. And, of course, I got my Sue Patrick gear on. I want to thank those folks over there since 1975. The incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, folks. Collectibles, accessories, books, you name it. Tons of Texas-themed gifts. And as I said, books and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. They've got them from extra small to XXX for you big uns out there. So anything that you want, T-shirts, they've got it. All the caps are adjustable. You'll love what they have just for you. And, of course, the Jelly Cats. And plus that Tyler Campbell detergent. I need to go over there and grab me some of that. It's been hot. I've been going through some clothes. They're kind of funky coming out of the washer, but that detergent, boy, that makes the whole house smell good. You can get that there. They've got luggage there for you folks getting ready to go to Gatorland. Bring some of that Longhorn luggage that Jay and the gang have over there just for you. located at 5222 Burnett Road. St. Patrick offers free shipping on online orders over $59 and plenty of parking. Plenty of parking. You don't have to worry about the heat running all over the place trying to find a parking space. There's plenty of it right there at the store. For more information, don't forget the Jelly Cats. Don't forget the Jelly Cats either. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com, folks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I know our guy Tom McKay was listening this morning. Shout out to Tom McKay and his great team at Audio Visual Consultations. We are 2 weeks away from the start of the best sports month of the year. It means you've got a couple of weeks to get your home TV setup done by the time October rolls around. Playoff baseball right around the corner. Conference play right around the corner. The heart of the NFL season right around the corner. Puck drop for hockey. Tip-off for basketball,
Yes,
it's
sir.
all coming up. We are about to get to the best time on the sports calendar, which means you got to call AV Consultations to get hooked up. Y'all know I've got the 4TV man cave set up. You know the Bucks got the 85-incher. You see Rodney set up. You see Wags' set up every day. You know Chip's got set up. Tom McKay and TSU, we go hand in hand. Tom McKay in Central Texas go hand in hand as well because he's been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. So TVs, big screens, home theater rooms, patio setups, surround sound, they can make it happen for you. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, someone asked me about Gibson, the pros and cons with him. He's got a little bit of wiggle to him, but he's more of a straight liner. That's why he looks more of a fullback type to me. I mean, when Ricky came here, he was, a little round shouldered like that, like this kid is. And I know he only weighed like 205 or whatever, but he's more of a straight liner. He reminds me of Howard Griffith a little bit, but Howard played, Howard at University of Illinois for everything that he did, one of the all-time great rushers there, Howard Griffith went to the NFL as a fullback. He was the lead blocker for Terrell Davis with the Denver Broncos in 2 Super Bowls. So Howard played some halfback, but at Illinois, when he came, he always wanted to be, I'm the halfback, sort of like Ricky. People thought I was nuts when Ricky was, came here and he was a fullback for his first year. He learned an awful lot about blocking and doing certain things, about the position. And Gibson is that guy. I mean, 2 backs in the backfield. That guy, I think he can do some things, BK, and I think he can do some things out of the backfield. I think he catches well enough, but he can't line up in the shotgun beside the quarterback and on a dead flat, without a downhill push, coming downhill, just hand him the ball, and he's got to take a little drop step to get going. He's not that type of runner.
You saying you think Jarrett Gibson's going to score 8 touchdowns in a game at some point in his college career?
No, I don't.
Oh.
No,
that's the Howard Griffith.
If there's any time for him to do that, that would be this week.
Yeah, happened this week.
It would be this week. But I think he's good enough. I think he has enough, just a little bit of shake to be your short yardage guy, with the exception of if he can't hold the ball, he can't play. So that doesn't matter.
Yeah, at least
all the things that I'm saying about him that I think are good things. If he can't hold on to the ball, he just can't play.
No, and he did not fumble against UTEP, but obviously had that fumble in the 4th quarter late against San Jose State. And
it can't be every other game where he fumbles and he's okay, or he's made it 2 games without a fumble. That doesn't work either.
Yeah, I don't know the super updated numbers, but I know after the San Jose State game, I think it was like 85 career carries for Jarrett Gibson, and he had 4 fumbles.
That's a lot. That's too many.
That's too many right there.
But I won't give up on him. I wouldn't give up on him as sort of my lead back, to get up in there and give himself, let him get punched in the face a couple times by a linebacker where he has to make the block. I think he's valuable enough. I think they need to use a little bit more 2-back set and let him be the guy. When I talk about those little easy slide routes where he looks like he's going at the end to cut him, just shake him and dump it off to him. Let him be that guy. Let him get his confidence that way. But he can't be my every down turnaround from a flat standstill shotgun. He's not that guy.
No, he's not. I mean, he's the number 4 running back on this team when everybody's healthy. And, if James Simon continues to emerge, then maybe Jarrett Gibson falls to number 5 on the depth chart. So I don't think this coaching staff is expecting him to be that guy right now.
Yeah, I know this coaching staff loves the kid from Florida, CJ Baxter, but right now, just what I saw, even in a short period of time, it's just he's not that knee's not ready. He doesn't have that burst. And now with the hammy, I mean, maybe there's just something going on. Obviously, when you come off of a knee, you may not pay attention to something else where that body just gets strained a little bit. So this is going to be, hopefully it's not a long setback for him, but who knows coming off the knee, you don't know.
And it sounds from the insiders, it sounds like a very mild hamstring strain for CJ Baxter, and they are expecting him, barring a setback, to be good to go for the Florida game. So he's not going to play on Saturday.
I saw him as a freshman on a couple carries come up limping. So
yeah,
early in his career.
Well, I'm not a believer in the statement, the best ability is availability. It's not. The best ability is actually being good, but you got to be available for people to see that you're good. So, I mean, hopefully it is minor for CJ Baxter. Hopefully the insiders are right. And hopefully, he can get back from that and be good to go for conference play.
Yeah, and I agree with you. The kid that played last week does have a little wiggle to him. I mean, I think if he gets in space, he can make guys miss, and and that's just confident as a runner at this level. But once again, if you've been here long enough to go against this defense, and if you're a talented running back and you've played all summer long against these guys over here that you play against every day, when the games, you should be ready for teams like San Jose State. And I don't care, you don't need great blocking because your guys get punched in the face at practice all the time by a really good defense. You know what I mean?
For sure.
So you shouldn't be worried about getting in games against San Jose and Texas El Paso. That shouldn't bother you. It shouldn't be, I got to get used to what's going on in front of me. Bullshit. You should know by practicing against those guys every day what kind of runner you are, and everybody else around you should know what kind of runner you are.
Well, I will say this, and I know the response, but James Simon is probably going up against the scout team, and he's going up against third and fourth teamers, but those guys are better than the guys that UTEP has. So
yeah, you may be right about that. You're right.
So that's he's not going up against Ethan Burke and Anthony Hill, I don't think. Maybe he is now in practice because of the injuries, but in the offseason, I don't think he was. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe there is a little something with James Simon, but I'd like to hone in on a running back that I feel really good about versus what does the next guy have? What does the next guy have? Right. What does the next guy have? And again,
Stephen Delgado asked me, does he become a Ricky Brown? Yeah, why not?
Well, Sark has done 0, 21 personnel, 20 personnel, 22 personnel. He is not – I don't think we've seen one play this year where Texas has had multiple backs on the field at the same time. So that's why he's not your lead blocker that you're talking about, because the head coach hasn't done that, and he doesn't do that very often. I mean, we were asking, we wanted Bijan and Rojo on the field more together. We wanted – Jonathan Brooks and Jaden Blue on the field more together. It's like you feel like even years where Texas has had better running backs than they do right now, that wasn't a big staple.
Right. I mean, I just think you get your best 11. Every once in a while, you got to have your best 11 out there. What people aren't expecting and what you need to come up with that could help you out.
I mean, the way you've talked about the running backs this year, I'm not sure you feel like putting multiple of them on the field is a part of your best 11.
Well, I mean, every once in a while, I mean, you got to take a shot at trying some things, and
they've done that. They've tried everything but that. So
that's what I'm saying. Okay, this group could be to that point of, you know what? Let's try that. Let's get two of those guys on the field. Let's see how they coordinate together.
I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to that at all.
Yeah, but I think as I said, I'm not totally down on the way Gibbs. I just know that he's more of a straight liner than a shake and bake guy, and there's nothing wrong with a straight liner. If he makes contacts and gets you, like you said, that 3 yards, if it's not there, because with this offensive line, he's not going to go through too many gaping holes.
No, they are not. All right, I promised some positivity. You're hijacking it with negative stuff.
What do you mean? I'm being positive. I'm trying to get guys on the field.
Oh, man. Hey, I know a lot of Texas fans are off the bandwagon. Feels like there's a lack of belief.
Yeah, well, jump back on when the wheels fall. Don't let the wheels fall off, hurt you. Come on. We can put the wheels back on.
Well, the folks out in the desert still believe, Buck. Because, Texas, we've mentioned it. They are 40.5-point favorites against Sam Houston. Now, that's not going to do anything for anybody. I get that.
No, that's going to piss you off when they don't cover. That's all that's going to do.
We'll do that. We've got some look-ahead lines for the Longhorns' first 2 games of SEC play.
Okay.
Texas is projected to be a 7-point favorite for the conference opener at Florida.
Okay.
For the game in Dallas,
Yes.
the look-ahead line, as of yesterday, September 16th, Texas minus 11.
I'll take the Sooners right now and give me the 11 points.
It's your look-ahead line for those
That's
two
my
games.
look-ahead line. If that's what that's going to be, I'll take the 11. Not 10, but 11.
11.
Wow.
And another, I looked at some updated national championship odds. Texas still has the 5th best odds to win the national title, according to Fox Bet.
There aren't any odds. There's nothing available for me to think that. None. Zero.
Come
A
on.
million and one. No, I'm not even putting $1 down for $1 million. That's not. No, that's just a waste of money.
They are 5th behind Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, and Georgia right now at plus 850 to win the national title. So the folks in Vegas still believe. They don't hand out free money. They're still telling you that Texas can turn everything around.
They're just trying to stir the pot for people that got a bunch of money to stir that one up and go take that chance. That's nuts. There is nothing about this group that tells you that's going to happen.
Well, the defense tells me it could happen, and the special teams tells me it could happen. So, again, I'm glad that they've got those two things going. It's not like everything looks bad for Texas right now. But, again, it goes without –
And then when I talk special teams, BK, they're better than they were. They're good at special teams. That's not a great special teams. They've got a really good punter, but nobody's taken anything back to the house, have they? All they've done is they blocked a punter's leg. You know, they're taking a leg off.
You don't have a touchdown, but you had a 49-yard return last week. You had 3 pretty solid returns. And, look, you had a couple penalties on punts that called some back, so that's not good. But, yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry. You're trying to be positive.
Wait, I'm curious. Like, you think Texas loses at Florida and loses in the Cotton Bowl?
They're not going to win both of those games. I don't believe they're going to win both those games.
That's not what I asked.
And if they lose the first one, yeah, they're going to lose the second one. How's that?
You think they're losing the first one then?
Oh, let's be positive and see how positive they look after this week against the ghost of Sam Houston.
The ghost of Sam Houston.
The ghost of Sam Houston can't be that good. They're bad, aren't they?
They're bad. They're the worst team that Texas will see all season. So
because that Texas El Paso defense is ranked kind of high, aren't they?
After playing Texas, maybe.
Oh, see, that's not positive. You can't think like that.
No, I've said it all off season long, and I'm still saying it, even though Texas has struggled. I am not as worried about the Florida game as anybody else is. Even when people thought Florida was good and DJ Lagway was good, I was like, you guys are freaking out too much. Texas is so much better than Florida. Now, Texas
I worried about, and I was opposite of you. I worried about this game more than any game on the schedule. I didn't worry about OU because they always suck, and A&M, they really suck, even though they may be undefeated to that game. Guess what? I was always worried about the Florida game, and I still am.
You were? Yeah, look, if DJ Lagway is going to be throwing 5 picks against LSU, then we might get him for 6 in a couple of weeks. So that game might be 9-6.
Yeah, with a combined 12 interceptions in the game.
With the way these offenses are playing, it might be low scoring, but I still feel good about that game. The Oklahoma game, it's a little more up in the air. I'm surprised that Texas is a double-digit favorite on the look-ahead line. I'm not surprised that Texas is still favored against Oklahoma, but the fact that it's 11 right now with what both of these teams have shown us through 3 games, that's a little surprising to me.
Yeah, I just think you can, you got 2 weeks. This is a huge week, but next week's really important for when things aren't going good. Sometimes it's good to get away, a day or a day and a half or 2 days and just don't do the football thing. You're going to be thinking about it when you go to bed, when you lay your head on the pillow if you're a player, it's going to come up in your sleep. But next week, it'll be an important week to get away. But this is an important week to get some real positive things done on the field.
No,
And
sure.
no, I'm not a negative Nelly. I don't know what some of these clowns that actually watch games see that makes them think that things just change, by the week. All of a sudden, if you're bad, all of a sudden you just get good the next week. There's a lot of stuff that gets involved with it. It's just, I'm just talking about what I see. I mean, what am I going to do? Sugarcoat it and say, oh, this is really pretty. Arch Manning looks like, oh, he's just going to turn it around. And no, it doesn't. It's not getting better.
What's your confidence level that it can get turned around?
Well, my confidence level is the quarterback eventually is going to get better. I think he's going to get better. He may not be a great one. He may not be a great one that everybody thought he was going to be the great one, but he can be a damn good quarterback with a defense like they have right now. I mean, he can still lead the team and get some real things, good things happening, but there's a lot that he needs to have around him. He can't do it by himself. I was coming into this season thinking that he would be the difference of all of this. So far, he's not the difference. He needs to have help around him,
So what's your confidence level, forget just Arch, in the whole offense figuring it out by those 2 games?
I think they'll be competitive at Florida. I don't know if they'll win, but I think they'll be very competitive in that game. It won't look like a total mess because, as you say, Florida's got more problems than just the quarterback. But all that guy has to do is wake up for one game because they got some other talented guys, And as I said, your defense will get strained a little bit. They'll be good. They'll be good. But there's going to be that time where your offense has to bring it down the field and score a touchdown that you're going to look at it and they can't afford to have a mistake or somebody come loose or an illegal procedure or something like that. So there's going to be some occasions they have to play a pretty solid ball game all around on offense.
Sure.
And I don't think you've seen that. I don't think you've seen that yet, except for game 1 was just game 1. I mean, that whole thing against Ohio State, that was just game 1. Everybody was going to struggle in game 1. Everybody has to get used to the speed of the game. So,
yeah, we haven't seen them play a complete game on offense yet. I mean, it's some would argue that they've only played a complete 5 minutes on offense through the first 3 games of the season. So, yeah, I mean, the offense has to get better. And
sure,
again, if they play like they did against UTEP, then Texas is going to lose a lot of games this year.
No, and do I imagine this kid just being a total bust? I can't see it. I mean, we've seen too much of him before.
Yeah.
There's just some things mentally he's got to get straight. The head coach's job, that's his job to get him straight. Because at one time he was straight enough, you know what I'm saying? He was okay. His mind was together. He was very fluid, throwing the ball, accurate, doing some things. How that changed, I don't know.
I've got faith. I'm keeping the faith.
Is it the pressure? I mean, what is it? I don't know.
I don't know what it is. Again, it feels mental. The head coach said it's mental. The quarterback himself said it's mental. I think that's obvious. But okay, cool. You've diagnosed the problem. How do you solve the problem?
That's right.
And that's the next step, right? How do you get out of your own head and just go out there and let it rip? Because Arch Manning, to his credit, and I'm sure he gets this from his coach, I'm sure he gets this from his family, like he has remained consistent in his messaging. And he's said similar things at every press conference and every availability that he's had since the offseason. But, okay, now go do it. You keep talking about playing loose, playing free, not thinking too much, letting it rip.
Right.
Go do those things. You could say it all you want. That's great. But actions speak louder than words. We need to see that translate to the field more than it has. So I'm keeping the faith.
I've watched the little guy at Boston College, Doug Flutie, just, when he got in a funk, you didn't have to tell. He got himself out of the funk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was one of those kids that when things wasn't going well, he tried harder. And sometimes, like a baseball player that tries harder, things get worse. That dude tried harder, and he made it happen. And he didn't need a lot of people to tell him what was going. He knew in his mind and when things were. But I never saw him play a lot of bad games. I saw us not have a great football team around him, but himself, he generally carried the whole thing.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers also did a pretty good job of that too. Like I remember.
Sure.
Sorry to bring up a bad memory, but the 2023 Oklahoma game, the game that Texas lost. Quinn Ewers started horribly in that game. A couple of early interceptions. I mean, he looked lost. He looked in over his head, and he bounced back, and he completed like 25 of his last 27 passes in that game and gave Texas a lead with like a minute and a half left before the defense completely collapsed and gave it up. So the last guy you had around here had the ability, and again, he didn't have it in year one. It kind of came over time, but he had the ability, like even if he didn't have his best stuff, he could, all right, find a way to get over it and turn it around mid-game. That's what we have to see from Arch Manning, because we haven't seen that yet. Because there are going to be struggles. Even if things look good on Saturday, even if things look great on Saturday, there are going to be some struggles. How does he respond to the adversity when it keeps hitting him? So far, the response
and it's nothing to do with guy being hurt. You know, that always seems to come up with quarterbacks. Is he hurt? Is his shoulder? I mean, no, this is all in his head. When you start short arming things, that's a mental thing. That's a mental block. That's, like you said, that's like the yips in putting.
Yeah.
That's what that is. That has nothing to do with your accuracy or the way you point your feet. That guy can sit on his butt and throw the ball out to some of these the passes that he's had and complete those. That's a head game thing.
Right. Joe K says, I'm tired of this mental issue argument as well as the he's injured argument. Simplest explanation, he's not that good. Look, if you're giving up on him and you're giving up on the season, then go with that. He's just not that good. I am not giving up on him. I'm not giving up on the season. I think it can be fixed. I think it can be cleaned up, and I think it will. So
yeah, and to me, what I see right now, he's not great. I'm trying to get him just to see when he's that good. You know,
sure.
I've seen him good enough, but in this conference and what you're trying to accomplish, he's got to be more than good. He really does. Now, I don't think right now he's playing really bad, but I don't think he's that guy that's gonna stink. But I don't know if he's that guy that's gonna be great, because maybe these issues come up again in his mind if he doesn't have a good, you know what I'm saying? Who knows how he handles certain things? That's yet to be determined. But so far, not so good.
All right. Jury's still out for me. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Keep hitting us up there. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian to get into in hour two, a little baseball conversation to talk about, and an update on this note we talked about yesterday.
You know, BK, I think it starts to get to be easy because you don't want to put all the blame on a particular player. You start looking at other positions. Well, we knew what the offensive, you and I knew what the offensive line was going to be like. I didn't think that was going to be, you know, because we had thoughts of it last year where everybody thought it was great. And, you know, even the nation thought it was one of the best offensive lines in the country. You know, we thought it could have been better. It could have been better in the run game when they really had to run the ball. So now you have to run the ball when the quarterback's not playing well. And so now this is what you get. You get a culmination of things. You know, they go out and they get a lot of defensive players, but then they believe in their farm system to get the offensive lineman, and that's not totally working out.
Right. Yeah, it's all bad. The quarterback's going to wear it because the quarterback always wears it, and this one's going to wear it more because his last name is what it is.
Yes.
But there's no identity to this offense right now. There is nothing that you can point to that they do really well, and that has to change.
Yeah, it does. You're right. And it's not just to survive in the conference that they're in. Is this team, after going to 2 semifinals, this is it won't be acceptable not to make the playoffs, but I don't think this is a playoff team. And I truly thought that they would lose another game, but now that I see some of the woes, it'll be more than just that one game that I thought they would lose. But that doesn't mean your program is broke. You got to continue to build. Your program still has to continue to be built in a positive way. So the little things that you talk about for this year carry on into the following year and the following year. So you can't let your program get snowballed by some things that aren't going on. So you have to fix that and get that corrected while you can.
Yeah.
Because you still have to go out. By the way, you still have to recruit.
Right. Yeah. And they're doing that. And they'll still do that at an incredibly high level. I mean, Texas recruited well and Steve Sarkisian recruited well, even when the team wasn't making it to the playoffs.
Right. You're right. That's right.
Well, they'll bring in some talent there. But all right, we'll take your thoughts. Plenty more to dive into here on the Longhorn football conversation. I want to hear from y'all. Keep chiming in. But before we get back into the sports, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our friends at the Relax the Back store, thank goodness I got the Relax the Back store in my, they were in my past and they've been in my future and always will be, because I wouldn't survive with the way my back has been feeling lately. They have 2 great locations. They've got all kinds of accessories that you may need if you're starting to suffer from back pain, like the Buck right now. The store in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria, right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. No, Buck doesn't live pain-free because every once in a while he'll come up with a bad back. But thanks to the folks that Relax the Back and all the different accessories and this wonderful chair that has saved me from just laying on the floor trying to do the show from my back. I do appreciate the folks at Relax the Back. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Also love our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Wow, very nice. Got to get the Covert lid on. Somebody just told me it's National Wives Day.
Hold on. We gotta get a few more sponsor shout outs, Buck. We're behind here.
Come on, man.
We're behind. I'll go ahead and say a word to our friends at centextickets.com.
Yes, indeed. Talked to Shelby yesterday.
I did see that the Texas Sam Houston game is a sellout. Well, guess what? There are still tickets available online at centextickets.com. So if you want to be in the building for the first night game at DKR, head over to centextickets.com and don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You will get 10% off of any ticket purchase, Buck.
Love that. Our friends over at Tony C's today is Unwind Wednesday. That means half-price bottles of wine with your pizza or any of your wonderful Italian meals over at Tony C's Pizza. Original coal-fired pizza serving New York-style pizza, of course, and that great Italian cuisine, the Ciola family, right from their cookbook. Yesterday was 2 for 1s. Today is Unwind Wednesday, BK, half bottle of wine. How about that? A half price on a bottle of wine just for you over at Tony C's Pizza. They've got some wonderful locations, Highway 79 in Round Rock, right beside the Del Diamond, Anderson Lane, and, of course, in BK, where they've been around for over 15 years. Love Mr. C. Love Tony C's Pizza.
And, I'm worried. I was doing this to try to resemble me drinking a bottle of wine, but I feel like it looks like something else. So maybe I should never do that again.
No, not up that way.
Yeah.
Maybe to the side a little bit, yes.
Like a bottle of do I grab it? I don't know how it works. I feel like I'm getting myself in trouble here.
Use two hands because it's like a box, because that's the wine you drink, that box wine. There you go.
I do like that stuff. I don't know if they sell that at Tony C's, though. I think
National Wives Day.
So according to Patrick, today is National Wives Day. And, I always check the National Day calendar. This isn't because I don't believe you, Patrick, but I always, before we get on the air every morning, I check the National Day calendar to see if there is something worth talking about on our show. And there are a few different national days. It's National Apple Dumpling Day. It's National Monte Cristo Day. So if you like the sandwich, go get you one of them. I don't see a National Wives Day, but I do see a National Professional House Cleaners Day.
Is that what he's substituting for National Wives Day?
Maybe that's what Patrick means when he says.
What is it that Patrick did to make this National Housewives Day? What did he do? What is it that you did wrong?
I don't know. He says it's just National Wives Day, which, all right, if it is, it didn't make the cut.
Happy day, ladies.
Yeah, it didn't make the cut on the National Day calendar, but I do see that it's National Professional House Cleaners Day, and maybe they're one and the same, Buck.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe that's Patrick.
At times, yes.
It's a synonym, It's why not celebrate them both on the same day?
Yes, I celebrate my wife every day by thanking her and telling her I love her at least once a day. I don't forget that. I don't forget thanking her. She wanted to know if I wanted. She wanted to know if I wanted breakfast today. Since I didn't get to play golf yesterday, and I generally have my, a nice breakfast before I go. She wanted to know if I would want that today, and I said, "No, honey, you don't have to do that. I'm fine."
Wow.
And I said, and at lunch, you don't have to make me a sandwich. I'm not even looking for that. No.
What do you want from her?
I just her support. That's good. I'm good with that.
feel like you're about to ask for something big, so you're trying to be
No,
really nice.
I mean, just her daily support is good enough.
Okay. All right.
You know, and feeling bad because I feel bad right now. She'd like for me to heal up and feel better. Because I guess, you know, me walking around the house, I guess hearing me drag my feet around is not fun either. Limping down the steps or making moaning sounds like every other step that I take.
What are you, Tony Romo out there?
Oh, for sure.
Is that you?
You know, when people sit down, sometimes they'll make a moaning sound. Can you imagine having a bad back every time you bend over to sit down? Oh,
dude, I do that, and I don't have a
I
bad
know.
back. It's like
The
the
dog looks
older
at
you,
me, and Zach, the dog, is looking at me like, "What the hell is wrong with you? You make enough sounds. There's got to be something wrong with this guy."
I just think that's like a rite of passage when you get older as a man. You have to make sounds every time you sit down or stand up.
I've been pretty good at that. I'm pretty good at the get up part. I don't make many sounds, but when I hit the bottom of the seat, even in my relaxed back chair, it's like, oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, happy wives' married day to all.
Yes, you're being nice to your wife because she is your professional house cleaner, and it is National Professional House Cleaners Day. Nicely done, sir. All right. Hey, more positivity. It's hump day. Everyone's out there humping today, so we should be positive, right?
Yeah.
So I think you're going to like this, Bug. We've got some year-over-year comparisons. So comparing the 2025 Longhorns to the 2024 Longhorns after 3 games. So we're not looking at the entirety of last season. We're looking at the first 3 games of last season and the first 3 games of this season. And I think the comp is relatively fair. Like the first 3 opponents last year, Colorado State at home, at Michigan, UTSA at home. This year, at Ohio State, San Jose State at home, UTEP at home. So you've got Mountain West school with state somewhere in their name at home. You've got smaller school in the UT system at home. And then you've got on the road against the defending national champions out of the Big Ten. So not apples to apples exactly, but it feels like this is about as close to a real comparison that you could make without playing the exact same teams year over year. So the offensive numbers are bad. We may save those for another day where we're not humping as much. But how about the defensive numbers, Buck? You know, all off season, you and you weren't alone. A lot of Texas fans were like, man, we lost 7 defensive tackles from last year's team.
Yes.
And Alfred Collins is gone, and Vernon Broughton's gone, and also Barron Ferrell off the edge is gone. Like, are we going to be able to stop the run the way that we did in 2023 and the way that we did in 2024? Right. Here's a little graph. Shout out to Inside Texas for making this, because, you know, I'm not doing any work. On the left, you have, again, through the first 3 games, 2024 Texas. On the right, you have 2025 Texas. Buck, Texas is giving up a full yard less per carry this year than they did last year. And they played Ohio State this year, who's a lot better than what Michigan was last year. They're also giving up about 38 yards per game less on the ground in 2025 than they did at this point in 2024. How about that?
Wow.
Unexpected. Like you went out and spent a lot of money. You brought in 5 defensive tackles from the portal. And you weren't sure what you were going to get because obviously those guys have never played at Texas before. And some of those guys hadn't really been starters at their previous schools. But the early returns on those guys have been very good.
Yeah, I need to have a couple more. I know for what we see right now, that sampling is what it is, but I got to see some of these running backs in the SEC, what that looks like.
Of course. I mean, this is all we have.
I mean, really, the competition of running backs that we've seen, including Ohio State, which lost 2 premier running backs, the competition from that point on, besides the first game, yeah, they haven't been very good at the running back position. You know, San Jose State and, you know, and this week, the ghost of Sam Houston, unless he's actually got the ball under his arms and we just don't see him running through the line. I mean, they're not going to be much better.
I'm not worried about Sam Houston running the ball. I get it. These aren't season-long numbers, but again, it's a pretty similar comparison of opponents from the first 3 games last year to the first 3 games this year. So obviously they've got to show that they could do this all season long, but this is a pretty damn positive sign, because I know this was one of the biggest concerns for a lot of Texas fans out there.
It was for me. It was for me because
Yeah.
I didn't know if you could do this 3 years in a row.
And so far, it hasn't been. So, yeah, of course, you'll see some really good running backs in SEC play, but Ohio State's got 4- and 5-star guys, too.
Sure.
And that's one of the most talented rosters, maybe the most talented roster you're going to see all year. And you were able to keep their run game in check. And obviously, yeah, against the 2 weaker opponents, you've more than handled your own in rush defense, or with rush defense, whatever is more grammatically correct.
Okay, Mr. Positive Hump Day, humping. Do you have that on the flip side with the offensive? Is there a stat?
Let's get to the passing defense here. You are negative, Nancy. You can't be mad at people for calling you that. Passing defense through 3 games this year versus 3 games last year. And the opponent completion percentage has actually improved from last year to this year. You see the yards per pass and the passing yards per game a little bit worse to this point this season. So a couple of things here. Look, no Jahdae Barron, no Andrew Makuba. Those guys are going to be missed. I will also
say if you can't run, you're going to get a lot more passing anyway. You're right.
I will also say that some garbage time numbers are included here. So like UTEP's only touchdown drive, you had a bunch of backups on the field. They were able to move the ball through the air. Those stats are included here, which I think changes things. And also, I know Julian Sand was playing his first career, or starting his first career college game against Texas. That dude was a lot better than Davis Warren and Alex Orgy, the 2 jabronis that Michigan trotted out there at quarterback a year ago.
Yes.
So I would say that Texas has played better quarterbacks at this point through 3 games than they did last year. And again, the numbers, some of them are better, some of them a little bit worse, but the secondary still getting the job done at a pretty high level, which is good. Last one on the defense before we get to what you want, the offense. This is 2024 on the left. And again, for those of you tuned in on the app, we're trying to explain this the best that we can. 2025 on the right. Texas giving up 4 more points per game this year. They're giving up actually fewer yards per game this year. And there are some stats where they're better. Like last year, they were better at 3rd down defense through 3 games. This year, they're better at 4th down defense through 3 games.
Yep.
Last year, they were giving up a few less points per game. This year, they're giving up a few less yards per game. So it's despite the losses of Collins and Broughton and Ferrell and Barron and Makuba, 5 really impactful pieces on the 2024 defense. This group so far is still playing at a very elite level.
Yeah, this group so far has an identity that they've kept over the last 2 years on defense, whether it's the defensive line, the linebackers, and the secondary. They have an identity.
Yeah, I love seeing that because, again, we felt confidence in the defense going into the year because of all of the talent that they have. And, Steve Sarkisian told us multiple times in the offseason that he felt like this was the deepest defense that he's had in his 5 years in Austin. And it doesn't seem like that is lip service at this point.
No, that's for real.
Yeah. So that's where your confidence with this team should lie. And that's why I feel like Texas is still going to be very competitive this year, because I think that defense is going to give them a chance in every game. You want the offense?
You don't want to give that to me, do you? You don't want to give me the run game offense, do you? You give it to me anyway.
Well, we're not humping anymore, so we'll.
What do you mean? I thought this was hump day. There's got to be something positive in the run game.
Well, believe it or not, I don't know if this is positive, but here's your rushing offense. First 3 games last year versus the first 3 games this year. It ain't that much worse this year. Texas is averaging 0.4 yards less per carry in 2025 than they were in 2024. But they are averaging more rushing yards per game through 3 weeks than they were last year, which obviously means they're running it more.
Yeah, that 166-yard game against Ohio State is huge.
Well, that is lowering their average, technically, because their average is 182.3. But yes, of course, that is big. Like they ran it better against Ohio State this year than they did in the win against Michigan last year, even though that was obviously a win. So the difference is, and injuries are a part of it. Like last year, Texas lost 2 running backs in fall camp for the season. And they didn't really know what their running back room was going to be. And this was before Trey Wisner had sort of emerged and became the Trey Wisner that we all now know and love. This year, not having Trey Wisner for the last 2 games, I think makes a difference.
It does.
Having CJ Baxter for 1 carry in 1 game, I think makes a difference. So injuries, I think, are a part of both of these statistics. And I hope it doesn't sound like I'm arguing that the Texas run game is very good, but it's not that different than the way Texas started last year. So hopefully, like last year where the Texas run game got it kicked into gear, they still weren't good enough against the great teams. But
yeah, because in some of those games against SEC competition, they had monster games.
Yeah.
And
so
big
hopefully the A&M game, the Kentucky game, few at the Florida game. They ran it well against Oklahoma. Right? Okay, it was okay against Mississippi State. That wasn't one of their best. Oklahoma, they ran it really well. I think they got close to 200 against the Sooners. So that's the hope is like, all right, run game didn't get off to a great start last year. They showed us a few things as the year progressed. Hopefully this year's run game could be even better than that, but maybe there's still some reasons for optimism on that front.
You're a very positive guy. That's great.
Well, now we got to get to the, the not so positive here. Here's the passing offense, Buck. You want green. You don't want red. No. So there are 3 passing offense stats. And look, here's the frustrating part, but obviously it's very noteworthy. Arch Manning was a part of some of these stats last year because Quinn Ewers got hurt in the second quarter of week 3. And that's when Arch Manning came in and lit the world on fire against UTSA. Again, UTSA, but it's similar to the caliber of teams that Texas has played this year.
Yes.
So Arch Manning is a small part, but he is a part of the numbers on the left. But yeah, completion percentage last year for Texas through 3 weeks, 9th in the country at 73.3%. This year, 119th in the country.
That's quite a drop.
55.7%. You look at yards per pass. Last year, 12th in the country, 10.2. This year, 6.8. It's 90th.
Yes, sir. That's quite a drop also.
That is quite a drop also. And then you look at passing yards per game. Last year, through 3 weeks, Texas 10th in the country, 342.7. This year, they are 88th in the country, 200.3.
That's a drop that I didn't think I'd see right there.
So that is why you were seeing the panic that you are seeing around Longhorn Nation. This passing offense has taken a major, forget step, they have taken major steps, plural, back.
Wow.
Some of that's on the quarterback. You lost some talented receivers. You've had some injuries at receiver, too. You lost your top 3 tight ends from last year. You lost your best receiving back from last year. And, your offensive line struggling isn't helping things either. But that's, if you're wondering why Texas looks so much worse, and I don't think that many people were. I think it's pretty easy to tell. Here are the numbers out in front of you about just how far of a drop-off there has been from this passing offense.
Yeah, I was just thinking, BK, they really needed to lean on the run early until they got some of their stuff together. I thought that was going to be the case, but too many guys got hurt. We never saw Trey Wisner because I was thinking he was going to do the things he did. He would be that much better. Even with this offensive line, that hasn't happened. He's hurt. Baxter hurt on 1 carry. Nothing behind those 2, but just average dudes. It's just you got to be able to run the ball if your quarterback's struggling.
Yeah, I think they tried, especially in UTEP, right? In the second half against UTEP, and they ran it more than 50 times in that game. But
I'm still believing that was all a part of not getting the quarterback's feelings hurt. I thought you thought that a little bit in that game. I started to think back. I think that was more about what they didn't want to happen to the quarterback than they did to find out what the running game was all about.
Maybe a combination of both.
Yeah.
Because they need more from the run game. There's no doubt. And again, the injuries have played a role. There's no question that has impacted these offensive numbers. And you feel like if DeAndre Moore and Emmett Mosley were on the field at wide receiver, and if Trey Wisner was out there at running back, then these stats would all look better than they do right now. But this is what we've got.
Yeah, like I said, I just worry when your quarterback, when I thought he was going to be one of the better runners, is your best. He's your best running threat right now.
That
I don't see a lot of real speed guys on there. Generally, you see guys that are flashing and moving and speed. They just don't have it right now. The ones that have the speed are hurt, and the ones that have the speed are playing in the NFL.
Yeah. Like DeAndre Moore and Emmett Mosley being out hurts the team speed, and Trey Wisner not being there doesn't help it either. So,
and I didn't know Sark was such a defensive coach. Maybe he's a defensive-minded head coach. Maybe we just got it all wrong.
Well, to this point in the year, PK should be making Sark's salary. Those guys should switch bank accounts. PK looks like a $10 million coach, and Sark doesn't to this point. So one more little graphic here as we compare the 2024 Texas offense through 3 weeks to the 2025 Texas offense. Here's just the overall offensive numbers: points per game, yards per game, situational football, etc. And it's a lot better on the left side of the graph than it is on the right. Texas was averaging 36.2 points per game last year at this time. That was 7th in America. This year they are 92nd in scoring offense at 24 points per game. That's 12 points less than last year. Yards per game, they were 9th a season ago. This year, 77th. The most damning one, I think, is third down conversion percentage. I mean, it's all pretty damning, right? But third down conversion percentage, Texas was 50% last year at this time, 17th in the country. This year, they are 126th in the country, converting just 28.5% of their third down tries. And then how about red zone scoring? Sark had all these jokes and he had all these stats, and he was getting real mad about Texas fans and the press asking all these questions about the red zone offense, and it is worse. We didn't think it could get worse. Remember, we said that. It can't get worse.
I didn't think it could get worse.
It's gotten worse. Again, a lot of season left, but as of now, it is. Texas is 130th in red zone scoring percentage.
My goodness.
That's touchdowns and field goals. So a lot of their red zone struggles have been because they've gone for it on fourth down and they've turned it over. But last year, this time, 94% of Texas's trips inside the 20 resulted in points. This year, it is 61.5%.
Yeah, they've got to get. He's got to get Sark needs to get the quarterback position straight. That's his MO. He needs to get that straight. And he, like I said, he's got 2 weeks, because once again, it doesn't matter. I mean, we got to see positive things, obviously, against the Ghost of Sam Houston, but we also aren't going to take a lot from that until, the week that they have off, and then when they go down to the Swamp. Because no matter how shitty the Gators are, they are good. That game is going to be a physical contest. And if your offensive line can't stop those guys, Archer's going to struggle again. Because they have some physicality guys, some guys that are physical on that defensive line, BK. They have a couple studs on that defensive line. Now, they don't have anything all that exciting offensively when their quarterback's throwing 4 and 5 picks. But all he needs to do is have a decent game to get them, 14 points, because then you're going to worry. If they got 14, you worry,
Yeah. Well, I trust in Steve Sarkisian. I trust that he is going to find a way to maximize this Texas offense. And I think a lot of what we saw against San Jose and a lot of what we saw against UTEP, and more than likely a lot of what we're going to see against Sam Houston, is him trying a bunch of different things to find more things that work.
He's going to find it. You think he's going to find out what he does best over the next 2 weeks, what this team does best?
I think that's been a lot of these 3 non-conference games, is like, let's try everything that we have in our playbook. Not every play, of course, but like every sort of concept that we have, and let's see what our group does best. And then we will pare down the playbook dramatically, and that's the stuff we are going to take us to Gainesville on October 4th. And he's not going to be grab bagging it as much. He's going to be like, these are a few things. The quarterback run game has been the best part of the Texas offense so far. I think that's one thing that you are going to see with you in the Swamp. And it's finding a couple of different things, because you're right. I think everybody agrees. It looks like Texas is thinking too much. That's why they're playing slow. And
there's nothing fast about what they do. It looks like you can smell the wood burning. I mean, it's crazy.
Right. And Sark's offense, we know it's very detailed. It's very intricate. There's a lot of rules, and there's a lot
There's always been a lot of nice flow to it, though, you know?
Exactly. Well, okay, the guys aren't getting the rules right now. It's an inexperienced team. It's a young offense. Guys are hurt. They're not figuring it out right now. To me, like, you can't just do the same thing over and over again. If Sark keeps doing that, then Texas will be in trouble and the offense isn't going to turn around. But I think he's going to be like, we need to win these games. I can't call my entire offense like I would like to because the guys just don't have it right now. So what do I need to come up with that is going to get us down the field and get us into the end?
You need to have more good runs on first down, and your third down conversion needs to be 3rd and 2 and 3rd and 3, not 3rd and 6 and 8 and all that stuff. That's for sure.
So what works? So like what gets us that? Because you're right. That's the macro level, but micro, to me, this Texas offensive line can't zone block worth a shit.
No, they need downhill. They you know what? As I said earlier, I said when you're nervous about guys, you don't start vacating space where you do counters, but you got to give your running back some two-way goes. You can't give them that, slide this direction and make one cut. Those guys don't even stay on them long enough to do that. There's no cut. There's the guys in the backfield. So you need some power downhill type of run. That's why I said get 2 backs in the backfield. Let's go downhill. If you're going to average 3 yards a clip, let's go downhill where maybe we can get through. We can punch some holes in and then make something happen once we make contact with the guys in the, at the linebacker level. But that flat-footed stuff that they do from the shotgun, BK, is just, they don't have that type of runners and they don't have that type of blockers right now.
I don't think they're great at man blocking because they just don't look super strong and they're not getting much push, but they're at least blocking guys when they're doing man stuff, and they're better in gap than they are in zone too. So it's like, okay, what works? What can you do? Yeah, maybe it is more under center versus the shotgun. Like, come up. Texas tried like 15 different styles of run plays last week against UTEP. Don't do that. Find a couple that work.
Yes.
And bank on those working. Like, keep it simple, stupid. I said it yesterday. Like, I think, again, I don't know if we'll see that this Saturday. I'd like to see some of it just because I think that'll make the offense look better, and I want to see the offense look better. But, like, by the time you get to SEC, you've got to know. You've played a month, and you've got the bye week. You'll have enough evidence and data to show you what your group does well and what they don't do well. So come up with a game plan that focuses on the good and leaves the bad at home.
Yeah, this is about the positive this week because, once again, you can beat this team 57-13 or 57-3, and you come out of this going, okay, so what? We're supposed to. You guys are way down the line, down the end of that bench should have been able to do that. So I think that's hard. But what you need to do is your quarterback has to be sharp, even against this kind of competition, and you have to be the stuff like red zone and third down. I mean, it's almost like you shouldn't be getting a third in this and third in that. You should be getting 6 on first down. Your run should be 6 yards a pop, that you average that kind of thing. But I don't know. I don't know enough about Sam Houston. And I just know that the stats that you've given me and where they lie right now, they're going to get all busted up. But you still got to feel good about yourself. It doesn't matter. Your team needs to feel good about itself going in the swamp. You can't go to the swamp and say, oh, we played Sam Houston. No, we beat the shit out of them. We feel pretty good about some of the things we've done. That doesn't guarantee anything, but it sure is better than going down there and still being confused about what you are.
Right. Yeah. You got to get some confidence this week. And, like you said, if Texas wins this game 58-3, I think that's the score you used, then it might not do a whole lot for the outside world, but it matters if it does something for the guys in that locker room.
And your quarterback is completing balls to guys that are wide open. He's not short arming.
And that only happens. You only get to 58 if that stuff happens, right? Like the eye test matters, but for you to get that offensive explosion, then that means your quarterback's looking better, your run game's working better, your offensive line's blocking better, and you'll say, yeah, that's the worst team on our schedule. You're right, but you'd rather see that than what you saw last week, right?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, there you go.
I just need to see the quarterback sharp. The other things I think will come with him if his confidence grows, in this game a little bit, I think everything else will fall into place. I think the other players on the team, they feel it too. The same pressure that guy's feeling right now, not playing well, they all feel it with him. He's been around them enough. They've been around to see what the circus is around that guy, that they know that if he's not doing well, that affects all of them. So they got to get on a hump Wednesday, like you're saying. Get over the hump. They need to get some humping going on right now.
Yeah, I like that. Slump busters.
Yeah.
That's the kind of humping you're talking about, right?
Yeah, they have to have numbers in the 40s and 50s against this group. 30-something to 7 is not going to make you feel very good. But like I said, I need to see clean things. I need to see pass lanes. I need to see guys run block pretty well downfield, getting it done. I don't care who it is at running back. The running back needs to have a good day. It doesn't matter who it is. I mean, against this group, he should have whoever's the star runner here who starts out. And I mean, if he's substituted here or there, whoever's running the football should have a good day.
I agree. 100%. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Good stuff. Good Texas football conversation.
It's good positive stuff. There's some good positive for you.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Some positive stuff and then some negative stuff, but some positive stuff. We're humping today. 512-222-9328. That's the code of text line. Curious, Buck, I want to get your SEC power rankings, maybe 1 through 5 through the first 3 weeks of the season. We can do that. We can also get a little Major League Baseball. Big game between the Rangers and the Astros today for a number of different reasons. And also the update on the note that was left on my door a couple of days ago. So we'll get to all of that here. But first, how about another quick round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger Company. Good day to go grab yourself a burger. Hump day. Head on over and grab that double with cheese. Those great fries, whether they're sweet potato fries or regular fries. Get yourself a banana bread pudding. How about this? Shake today.
Oh.
Still holding off till Thanksgiving, but oh my goodness, those shakes. Strawberry shake is the best over there. Plus, folks, if you're mom and dad and you want to take the kids to the playscape and you want to have yourself a margarita at the end of the day with your burgers, you can do so at some of those locations. Hat Creek Burger has over 25 locations in the state of Texas, born and raised right here in Austin, Texas. And some locations have breakfast starting at 7 a.m. in the morning. But it's all about the burger at Hat Creek Burger Company.
Yes, love Hat Creek Burger Company. And how about washing down some Hat Creek with some Altstadt beer?
There you go.
The best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. We're about to embark on another great football weekend. It starts tomorrow and goes through Monday. And yeah, you need a fun and great beer to accompany your football watching all weekend and all season long. Your tailgates, your watch parties, another home game coming up this weekend. Please make Altstadt your beer of choice. And of course, please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. It's my beer, brewed in Fredericksburg. They've got so many different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And every Altstadt is brewed without preservatives. I always tell you about what it is brewed with, and that's important too. But what's not in the Altstadt is one of the things that sets it apart. No preservatives, no additives, no unnecessary sugars, none of that filler crap that you see and find in other beers. It's not there in Altstadt. It's a clean beer, so you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. Most importantly, your taste buds are going to love what you are consuming. Get you some at any liquor store or at any grocery store or any bar that sells beer. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And of course, our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. Don't forget, winter's just around the corner. And it sounds like from my almanac, we're going to have some cold days. Make sure that your heater's getting ready to work properly. So have them come out with their technicians and make sure everything's all cleaned up, filters are changed and ready to go. So when that heater does knock on there, it's going to work properly. You got to do that. They also do plumbing, folks. But right now, it's still warm outside in the afternoons. So make sure the air conditioning is working properly. Nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas.
Yes, sir. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website for more info, or give them a call, 512-842-5066. And a quick shout out to McCall Custom Homes. Man, the Buck's got this nice putting green at his place. He's got the nice chipping net at his place, and he's not even using them. Not even using them. Come on, man. Disrespectful to the McCall Custom Homes family.
Can't go out there and swing yet.
Well, if you want something like that, or maybe just a kitchen remodel, bathroom remodel, any sort of life added to your outdoor space, outdoor grilling, outdoor TVs, whatever. McCall Custom Homes can do it all for you. They've been doing it in Central Texas for 40 years, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've got tons of 5-star reviews, and they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. You can have them out to your place risk-free. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or call or text our buddy Mike, 512-633-9580. Okay. Buck, I forgot to tell you yesterday and before the show that I would like us to do a SEC power rankings.
Okay.
We don't need to go 1 through 16. I want your top 5. And if you need some time, I'm happy to go first. But if you've got yours ready,
I got them.
fire away. Let's do 5-1. We'll do 5-1. Your top 5 teams in the Southeastern Conference through 3 weeks.
Okay. Number 5 is Tennessee.
Okay. Despite the loss, they're still in there.
Yeah. Number 5 is Tennessee. Number 4 is Missouri. Number 3 is Vandy.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Biggest Vandy hater I know.
I know. Number 3 is Vandy. Number 2 is LSU. And number 1 is Georgia.
Because Georgia's still Georgia.
Because Georgia's still Georgia. Outside of that top 5, number 6 would be OU. Number 7 would be Alabama. Number 8 would be Texas.
You don't have A&M in there?
I thought I had A&M. I thought, A&M is I have A&M right after Missouri. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Texas is down here at like number 9. Wow.
So what number is A&M now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6.
Number 6. Okay, so they're just outside of your top 5.
Yeah. Number 6 is A&M. Number 7 is OU. And then Roll Tide. And Texas is right with Roll Tide.
Wow. Okay. You and I have very different top 5s right now. And I'm just basing this on the 5.
You better have Vandy. You better have Vandy in there. Come on, man.
I don't have Vandy in there. And I'm a Vandy guy.
Pavia? What about Pavia's mom?
I'm a Doors guy. Well, she's in my top 5, I guess. But I'm a Doors guy now. But I don't have Vandy in my top 5 because I don't think they're a top 5.
Down when they get here, so I'm ready.
I don't think they're a top 5 team in the SEC. I have a couple of one-loss teams at number 5 and number 4 because I still think they're top 5 teams in this conference, and I think if they played anybody ranked below them, that they would win.
Oh, boy.
Number 5, I have Roll Tide, Alabama. Number 4, I have the fake UT, Tennessee.
Okay.
Number 3, kills me to say this.
Yeah, it does.
Only because it's September and not November. Thumb up.
Gig 'em.
Get your thumb up, Aggies.
Gig 'em.
I don't want any thumb up action over here, but whatever you guys are into. A&M's number 3.
Yeah.
We have the same top 2. LSU at number 2. Georgia at number 1.
What are you doing with Boomer Sooner?
Not in the top 5. I wouldn't pick.
They're in the top 8, I would think, aren't they?
I wouldn't pick Oklahoma against any of those teams that I just mentioned. Yeah, I'd put them in the top 8.
Okay.
I'm still picking Texas to beat Oklahoma right now. Now we'll have more data by the time the game gets here, so that's subject to change. But I would have Texas beating Oklahoma right now. So I'm still not high on the Sooners.
What if Texas had to play Texas A&M? Where would you have that?
I'd pick Texas to
you would pick Texas to beat A&M right now?
Shoot.
I know you're a homer. I know you're a homer.
I literally just said I have A&M ahead of Texas on my power rankings. The only reason it's like I don't know if there will ever be a time in my life where I'm going to pick A&M to beat us. Even when they're better than they are now and we're worse than we are now, I'm still going to be like, it's like the older brother, the bigger brother. It's like, yeah, even though I realize my little brother may have passed me up in athleticism, but I could still beat him because I'm the big brother.
You understand you want them to now I think you feel like, yeah, you should be at your best at the end of the season. We don't need you losing any games now. Don't screw this thing up, Aggies.
And it's the Aggies in November, late in the year, right? So I don't know. They're better than us right now. They are. Texas.
They look like they're getting better. They look like they're getting better by the week. That's what scares me.
Well, their defense looks like shit, and we'll see what their offense can do over the course of a long season. Their defense has to improve. There's zero doubt Texas has the better defense than Texas A&M right now, but the Aggies just went on the road and put up 41 points against Notre Dame, team that was in the national title last year. So that offense, they got speed, they got talent. Maybe something Sark could take notes for or from. So they hit the portal hard and brought in a bunch of receivers who are making a huge difference.
You mean like Sark has done for the last 2 years? You mean that have made a difference? Yeah.
Yeah. So, they brought in one. We haven't seen him yet. Maybe Emmett Mosley can be this team's Casey Concepcion or Mario Craver. Who knows? Would like to see it. That defense still left a lot to be desired and still has left a lot to be desired. So we'll see if that does A&M in. Look, right now they look better than Texas. They do. So that sucks to say. But plenty of time.
What sucks to say is Missouri looks better than Texas.
I would pick Texas to beat Mizzou right now.
Would you?
Again, you might call me a homer. You might say I'm still drunk on the burnt orange Kool-Aid from before the year, whatever. But I think Texas would beat Mizzou if they played right now.
I'm not going to call you drunk on the burnt orange Kool-Aid until after the Swamp game.
If they win that game?
I just need them to win that game by a point, a field goal, the last second.
I won't change my tune because I think Florida's going to lose to Miami this week. So that will be 1-3.
Oh, they'll be down and out. They'll have their daubers down by that game.
So
but they'll be in we have to win mode then.
Aren't they in that now?
No, they're going to get butchered by Miami.
I think they feel like they're in that mode right now. I just don't know if it's going to matter. And they're
playing in-state Miami, and the kids, they know each other well. It doesn't matter. They can't beat Miami. That's going to be that's in South Beach. Look the hell out.
So when Texas beats a 1-3 Florida team, that I expected Texas to win that game all off season long. So I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, now I still feel good about Texas right now. I'll say it before the Sam Houston game. I'll say it before the Florida game. I don't think if Texas beats Florida and drops them to 1-4, that should change a whole lot of your minds about the team. I think the Oklahoma game is where we'll really learn a lot about these guys.
Wow.
So I don't know. Maybe someone's clipping that up on the Florida side and they're gonna play that if Florida beats Texas, whatever. But I don't think they're any good.
No, I was worried about that game last year.
Sure. A lot of people were.
That's just one of those games that I just don't know because my expectations were you may have had one loss going into this thing. So, and you're still looking like that's what you have. So, but from what I see of this offense, I just know as bad as they are, and we've talked about the things that they have besides the quarterback going wrong, they just have some defenders that can screw up your game plan if you're not sharp. If your quarterback's not sharp and you can't run the ball against them down in the swamp, it's a long day for Arch there.
Sure.
It just is.
Yeah, it's all of my projections, all of my optimism comes from me thinking that Arch Manning is not going to look as bad as he just looked this past weekend. If he plays like he did on Saturday, then we're in some trouble. But I just don't think he's going to be that bad again. So that's why I am still feeling good about this Texas team. Not as good as I was going into the year, I won't lie, but I still feel like I'm feeling better than most right now.
Yeah, because you're very positive on a Wednesday.
I like to hump. It's hump day. Staying positive.
Hump day.
All right, let's a couple of fun stories here. By the way, big game today for the Astros and the Rangers down in Houston. It's the third and final game of this 3-game series. The Astros have taken the first 2. Buck, the battle for the silver boot will be decided today.
Nice.
You think of legendary trophies in sports. You think of the Stanley Cup. You think of the Lombardi Trophy. You can even think of the golden hat that's given out at the end of the Texas OU game every year. But maybe the most important trophy in sports is the silver boot.
I thought that jug that Minnesota and somebody played. What is that jug? What's that hell is that thing called?
Not the claret jug.
No. There's a jug that Minnesota plays.
Oh, the little brown jug.
Yeah, who do they play for that damn thing? Is it Indiana?
Michigan.
Oh, it's Michigan? Oh, the little brown jug. I thought that was really important.
That's an important one too. That's high on my list. But the
Claret
silver
jug's
boot,
pretty good.
silver boot is a big one. Buck, the Rangers and Astros have played 12 times this year. They're 6-6 against each other. Today is game 13 and the final game of this rivalry this year. And the Rangers haven't won the silver boot since 2016. They tied one year, I think during the COVID year, but in every full season since then, the Astros have won. Now, the one postseason series between these two teams, the Rangers won, but the Rangers are looking to do something that they haven't done in a long time.
So the iron skillet is better than the old muddy boot.
The Iron Skillet, it's a classic one. That's TCU, SMU. Great rivalry up the Metroplex. Here's an interesting stat, though. Since 2001, the Rangers and Astros have played each other 291 times. The Rangers have won 146. The Astros have won 145.
Wow.
If the Astros win today, not only do they get the silver boot for 25, they also tie this matchup since 2001. So it's pretty crazy. It's Jacob deGrom. That's the guy you want for the Rangers going up against Christian Javier for the Astros. By the way, these two teams are fighting for a playoff spot right now. The Astros are currently the third and final wild card in the American League.
What's Seattle doing? They should be puking, and Seattle's not puking it up yet, huh?
Seattle won again last night. 10 straight wins for the Mariners. So the Mariners are in first place in the West right now, which is why the Astros are in the wild card. The Astros are only a half game back of Seattle, so they've got a shot to still win the division, of course, with a couple of weeks left in the year. But it's the silver boot on the line tonight, Buck.
What about Paul Bunyan's axe? That's better.
That's a great one, too. Who's Paul Bunyan? Is that Michigan State in Minnesota? Or
Minnesota's involved in axes and jugs, I believe.
Yeah, people dunk on Minnesota football, but that's Minnesota, Wisconsin is the.
I'm sorry. Who cares?
I don't know how Minnesota got all the badass trophies for their rivalry games. Like they deserve some love. That's the best thing their football program has ever done is like come up with these awesome trophies for their rivalry. And also, how does Minnesota have like 15 rivals?
No kidding. I didn't know they played football that long.
Like I always thought Texas had more rivals than anybody else, but apparently it's Minnesota.
The Golden Hat's pretty cool.
Yeah. Like I was always mad that like Texas and Texas Tech didn't have a trophy or Texas and Baylor didn't have a trophy. Like I like the trophies, man. I like the trophies. That adds a little something to the rivalry. Now, Texas fans will say, well, those aren't rivals. Well, they play every year and they hate each other. So to me, you get a trophy and then you're a rival. And I like that. I like trophies, man. I want them. So shout out Minnesota.
Good luck to whoever today.
Yeah, there's your baseball talk. I know you loved that.
As long as the Yankees don't try to blow a 10-run lead after 4 innings like they almost did last night.
That was pretty bizarre. Yeah, your Yankees held on.
What in the hell?
They held on 10-9 against the Twins? Is that who they're playing? I was watching.
Yeah, the Twins. Yeah, they're out there in Paul Bunyan land right now.
All right, quick. What you got? You got a question?
No, I got a question. What about that damn note? That's what I got.
All right, let's get to that here. Quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. If you've been hurt or someone you know has been hurt in a car accident or in a workplace accident, don't call the jabronis you see on TV. They're doing weird stuff. They're filming commercials all the time. They're not actually fighting for you. They're
I saw the one that you were talking about with kids. I saw the kids doing the commercial. The hell is that?
I don't know. Like, don't be like the Buck and don't be making sure the kids get off every day. All right.
Get off the bus.
That's what your attorneys are doing when they're hosting podcasts with little, you know what? I shouldn't go that far. But Ryan Hurricane Hecht is going to be there for you every step of the way because he's not spending all of his time making TV commercials. He's spending all of his time in the courtroom fighting for justice. He's been doing that in Central Texas for a decade. He's been a personal friend of mine for more than a decade. I'll vouch for this guy. He has your back. And the best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. That's how confident he is that he is going to get you the money that you deserve after an injury. So don't fight the insurance companies alone. If you get hurt in a car wreck or a serious accident, you are doing enough trying to get your life back on track. Call somebody who is going to do the heavy lifting for you. That is Hurricane Hecht. 512-938-8929 or hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. All
Agreed.
right. So the update on the note. We want to do that now?
Yes, I want you to tell the folks how kind you were yesterday.
Okay. So if you missed the end of yesterday's show, a quick recap. A couple of days ago, after I got home from running some errands, I noticed a note with my name on it taped to the front door of my apartment unit. And the note was a message from my upstairs neighbor. It said, "This is Chelsea, your upstairs neighbor. I remember you saying you work from home. I'm looking for a new job and was wondering if your company was hiring. Please let me know." And she left her phone number. Thank you,
That
Chelsea.
you've scribbled out. Good job by you. And lose the number.
Scribbled it out. So, yesterday I asked you, and I asked Double R, and I asked Wags, and this will bleed into crosstalk, so we'll get their thoughts on the latest update to this story. But I asked the three of you guys, hey, what should I do? Do I respond at all? If I do respond, what do I say? And all three of y'all had different answers.
Give them a little bit of the history on how these girls have been to you in your life so far.
So, yes. So they moved in, I believe it was last summer. And they asked me while they were moving in, I was just walking around the apartment complex. I don't know what I was doing, maybe just coming home from somewhere. And they saw me walking around outside and they asked for some help.
Yeah, you look like a little lost soul that needed to get some work done.
Still am.
Yes.
And I was like, all right. I said yes, thinking it would be just 5 minutes. Maybe they have a big couch or a mattress and they just need an extra set of hands and whatever. I'll do my good deed for the day. And that turned into me and some high school kid who also lived in the complex, basically doing all of the moving for them for about 45 minutes. We were making trips back and forth to their car, lifting heavy stuff, lifting light stuff, doing whatever. And I didn't even get a thank you at the end. And there was no like, here's $20, here's $50, here's a 6-pack of beer, here's anything to show our gratitude for you saving us hundreds of dollars that we would have had to pay in moving fees, right? So, and then since then, I mentioned this as well, like I try to be a friendly guy. I try to be neighborly. So I will usually wave or say hi to anybody who's walking around the complex. I feel like it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, you're a community guy.
And they just act, there's two of them. They act like they just don't see me, that I don't exist. They just like keep their head down and walk on by whenever I'm walking by.
Wow.
So bad bit. So what was your suggestion yesterday? What did you say? You said I should text them, but say what?
Just to let them know that they don't meet the standards of this organization. They don't meet the standards of what we believe in. So just by their actions and their acts, the way they act, they just don't meet the standards.
Okay, that was your response. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. That was your response. I can't remember. Like one of Wags or Rodney said, "Just don't respond. They don't deserve it." And
no, they took the time to do that for you. To you need a response if they did that to you.
Yeah, and the other one of them was like, "Yeah, you should respond, but I don't know, be a jerk or so." There are all sorts of responses coming in. And I looked at the feedback. Clearly, I paid a lot of attention because I remember what Wags and Rodney said yesterday. But I looked through the comments. I looked at the coded text line, and there were a number of different folks chiming in on what I should have said or if I should have said anything at all. And you know what, Buck? I was in a pretty good mood yesterday. I was in a pretty good mood. I was feeling good about myself. I was happy. And
would you go to Walmart? Would you go to Walmart or something?
No. I go to Walmart when I'm feeling down on myself.
Okay.
So after that Texas game on Saturday, I went to Walmart just to people watch a little bit. What is there's a statement, there's an old saying that says like, take the high road, the view is better. Or take the high road, it's the road less traveled. There's something like that, right?
Yeah.
You've heard that before?
Sometimes the high road is the easy way out. It just makes you non-combative. The high road is generally non-combative.
Yeah. So here's what was going through my mind. Number one, I was in a good mood yesterday. Number two, I generally try to be a good person. And number three, these people still live above me. So
that's true.
If they didn't like my response, they could stomp a bunch. They could be a lot louder.
Or they could come and talk to you personally.
They could. But yeah, they could. They could, I don't know, leave the bathtub on for a day and then flood my place. The water leaks into my unit, and all of a sudden my place is screwed. Like, them being above me was in the back of my mind. Like, I don't want to do anything to piss them off to the point that they want to make my life miserable as the tenant below them, right?
Oh, no, they don't want to do that. Two women don't want a dude who can be conniving and be nasty below them. So they're not going to do that anyway. They're not going to go to that, because then if you go up if you take it up another notch, they're not going to be able to deal with it. So they're not going to do that anyway, because they never were going to be like that.
I don't know. That just went through my mind. So I tried to do the right thing. I told y'all I was going to respond. I wasn't going to ghost them, mainly for the sake of the show, nothing else. And I went soft, but
of course you did.
I've gotten soft in my old age. I'm mad at myself. I will screen share the text that I sent first and foremost. We can here's what I sent to Chelsea. Hi, Chelsea. Got your note. Unfortunately, we are not hiring right now. If something opens up, I'll definitely keep you in mind and let you know. Best of luck with the job hunt, Brad.
Oh, old Vanilla himself.
It's very, I'm willing to admit, it's very weak. It's very soft, but wanted to let her down easy. You know,
That's
like
kind of kind of you.
I like doing that with women. Let them down easy.
Yeah,
right?
that's okay. But P.S., I did hire the high schooler that you didn't pay anything for when we helped move you in. I did give him a job.
All right, I'm getting destroyed on the comments line.
Yes, you are.
And hey, thanks, Rob. Solid response. Appreciate that. So we bring on Double R and Wags. Gentlemen, Bucky is not a fan of the text that I sent to the upstairs neighbor. How do you guys think I did?
It's probably the best thing to do.
I wouldn't have. She didn't even give you a courtesy wave, man. She doesn't deserve it. She doesn't deserve your hard work and efforts and time of day. But again, I guess the correspondence is appreciated nonetheless.
Yeah, so, the whole standard thing would have been, look at the people that the pictures and the faces that you're showing right now here on YouTube. The standard thing would be just perfect for her, so that would make her listen to the shows and go, "Are you shitting me?
Yeah,
really? I can't get a job at this company because of the standards they set."
She's like, "That looks like the post office. It looks like the post office wall right there."
No, visions of Eric Henry screaming "Keenan" just comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean, I went soft 10 years ago, or at any point in my 20s. I'm probably talking a lot of shit, and I'm saying something.
Best of luck. That is the most like non-existent statement. Like, best of luck. Sorry, your mom got hit by that truck 2 days ago. I mean, really, best of luck. Sorry about the herpes. Sorry about the best of luck. Sorry about all those herpes I see on your face when I see you in the parking lot. I mean, it's like, wow.
Should I have said that instead in the text? Best of luck. Sorry about your herpes. Would that have been a nicer or a better response?
Yeah. So you don't know if these girls have other girlfriends that may be monsters that could come after you, or they may actually have men friends. You don't want to deal with that in an apartment complex.
The thing about it is, and I've seen this a lot, kind of just in years with dealing like with high school cheerleading organizations and booster clubs and all that.
Easy, Rodney, easy.
Yeah, easy about that.
Dude, we kind of get over stuff. We just kind of hold a grudge. But ladies, man, ladies can be pretty vicious, guys.
Scornful. Yeah.
I hear. I mean, I've heard that, some organizations that, they preach the integrity of whatever. And I hear some of these women talking and I'm like, what in the entire hell is this? So
I didn't get a cake for my wife's birthday. It was I did. First, let me preface this with, I didn't get a cake growing up. All right. I never got a birthday cake. Like I got a meal. We got birthday meals, like a birthday dinner, but I never got cake. Ice cream, maybe, but no like birthday cake.
No candles, no candles.
No candles. Maybe for like my first birthday, but I was an infant. I don't remember that. You know what I mean? Like they got pictures of me taking chocolate cake and putting it all
There
over
you go.
cake. But I don't remember like birthday parties and stuff like that. It's so like I didn't get a cake for I remember parties, just not cake, right? But I didn't get a cake for Katie one year, and I still hear shit about it, like to this day. And this was 26 years ago when we were dating, right? So it's been a long time. Like every year, it's like clockwork. Hey, remember that time we were dating and you forgot about my birthday?
Well, and
I
that's
didn't
why
forget about your birthday.
Guys,
I got you a card. I just didn't get you a fucking cake.
Well, that's why I tell dudes, because it's
My
like with Valentine's, where it's like, oh, I don't need anything for Valentine's. I mean, something, a slap on the ass, a greeting card, just something.
I don't know if the first one's gonna.
It still hurts. It still hurts. She says it still hurts to this day.
Yeah,
acknowledge it.
So yeah, I didn't want to take any chances, right? Again, it's not like a random person that I'm never going to see again, where it's like I don't care if I'm a huge jerk to them.
Best of luck at the unemployment line. Hey, best of luck when you go to start to pick up your unemployment check.
I wasn't mean enough. You're saying I wasn't mean enough?
I didn't think about this. What you should have done yesterday. God damn it! It's not to say GD on the radio here, but what you could have done yesterday is you could have said, after I received your note, I met with the board of directors.
Yes,
and they felt that right, and put it all on the board of directors, which doesn't.
That's
exist.
not leadership though. Double R, like BK's owning it.
Well,
yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy. To me, it was mean enough to we're not hired. I'm telling her that she is not being hired right now. So I'm not pawning it off and saying, oh, somebody else is making the decision. Unfortunately, we are not hiring right now.
And you let her know that there may be a position open, but as of right now, you're not on our mind because you don't meet our standards.
There won't be.
You still meet our standards, lady.
There will never be a position open for her. But
I
she
still
doesn't have to know that.
think you ought to drag her off to Schultz on Saturday and make her unload the gear and load it back.
And then not pay her.
And not pay her.
Yeah,
and don't park where you parked Saturday. Park as far away as you can.
When are you going to get it off of your chest about telling her about the first meeting you guys had? You have to get that off your chest, BK. That's going to bother you, as long as you're going to be out of there soon. It's not like you're not going to be a lifer there. Those two may be lifers at that apartment complex. You're not. You have much higher standards, just like the standards of the company. I promise you, they're going to be there for life.
I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again today. It does not bother me. Like I don't lose any sleep over it. Like I don't think about it much. The only reason I hadn't thought about it in months until I got this note, and then it's like, oh wait, now I remember that they were huge bees the first time we met, and now they're asking me for something. And Buck, you say it all the time. Never get a second chance to make a first impression.
Yeah, and they made a bad impression. You got to let them know about. What? Go over to Tony C's, get yourself a thing of lasagna, and take it up to them now, knowing that they're unemployed. Just say, listen, I know you guys aren't working right now. I just thought that our company does business with some of these great restaurants. I thought I'd bring you guys something to eat. What's wrong with that?
You're saying I'm being too nice, and then you're saying I should bring them some lasagna?
Joyce made some. I got some extra squares down in the freezer. You want me to bring you some squares?
Hey, here's what I'll make them: a baked potato.
Oh, let me do that.
Hey, by the way, so I sent that text at 2:04. There's more to the story. There's more to the story. I sent that text yesterday afternoon at 2:04 p.m. I will show a screenshot of the response that I got from Chelsea. Ready for it?
Yes.
Do it.
What is that?
Oh, I don't know. I can't see anything.
Nothing.
She just.
You got a blank screen back from her?
Well, this is what the text chat looks like when no one responds.
Oh, gotcha. Ghost, gotcha. Yeah, that's typical.
I didn't know how to remove us all from the screen. I was going to try to find a way. That's selfish. Try to find a way for all of us to go off.
It's your problem, dude.
I'm telling you, that would eat at me, BK, and I'd have to have a conversation. I don't like the uncomfortable feelings of stuff like that. I mean, and when I see them together or when they're walking down the steps, I would just say, listen, I'm sorry, we don't have anything available for you. But, And
She
if we
wanted me to-
did,
she
you
wanted
wouldn't, you
me
wouldn't
to
get the
text her.
job.
She wanted me to text her. She gave her number, so I texted her.
Can I say
Like,
something
yeah.
that I think we're overlooking? Like
Sure.
the fact that she ghosted you, she doesn't wave hi to you. Like she's not a kind person. Like she's in need, right? This isn't a person that you want working for your company or your organization or even
Touch the
around you.
lasagna squares to her.
That's exactly right. Give her some frozen. Don't even bake it. Give it to her frozen. Be like, oh, that's right. I forgot. You don't even have a microwave.
Oh my
Put it
God.
in your oven.
I'm not.
The place you live in over there.
I'm not giving her anything, and I gave her enough with this text.
That's
And
what
look,
I'm saying. You gave her too much already.
it hasn't been 24 hours, so maybe she will respond, right? Maybe she will respond and say thank you. But I feel like I sent an incredibly nice text, and she didn't even take the time to respond and be like, thank you, whatever. Like total ghost as of right now, which, like you said, that shows the caliber of person we're talking about.
So now, and see, that just warrants the fact that you didn't even need to give her a response.
Right?
Yeah, almost. You're right. You're right, Wags.
I feel good about myself. I feel like I did the right thing.
Yeah, sure.
That's all I can do.
The world has already told you how wonderful you are.
Yeah, yes.
Who's going to tell her? She needs you to tell her that she needs to get better. You need to set the example for her life now. So I don't know how you're going to do it.
I was worried, Buck, because we all know what a good dude Brad is.
Oh, I mean, he's one of the best in the world. He's the best.
Brad.
He's right there under JC. I mean, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, he's right there.
What I was waiting for was that we were going to come on today and he was going to say, debuting at 11 a.m. today, it's going to be a new show called Chelsea on Sports.
Chelsea.
And I'm like, oh my God.
Covering the Premier League, huh?
A cooking show or
now,
something.
Then you said they have a dog. If they got the dog, why don't you, if they're unemployed, get some fresh pet, walk upstairs and say, listen, I know you guys aren't working, but I went to the store and I got some extra thing of fresh pet. I don't have a pet, but I was thinking about your pet. Why does the pet have to suffer?
See, that's good. See, that is good right there. I like where your head's at, because you get the dog the really nice, high quality, expensive food. Then that's all the dog wants moving forward. They can't afford that. Then
oh my God.
Is that what you're saying?
Purina.
And the dog jumps off the balcony and kills itself. That's not good.
I love it. Psyops.
Yeah.
I thought, are you playing chess right there, Buck? Is that my way of getting back at them?
I don't want you to get back. I just want you to do something nice for them to show that there are people that are nice in the world, that just the common sense and common courtesy, there's nothing wrong with it.
I thought
or give them something that makes the dog have the shits. Give them something to make the dog have the shits.
That's true. That dog, if that dog is eating good now, it's going to have the shits.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not doing that. I was already nice.
Those shits are going to end up on his doorstep. So.
Yeah, or they're going to end on his back patio as they sling a bag underneath and drop it on the patio.
Oh, it's getting loud upstairs. I wonder if
they come
to this segment.
Can I ask you one more thing? Maybe you're being kinder than you are, or maybe more lighter or kinder hearted because you live in the same complex with these people. Like if you were out the door, don't you think
don't burn
like college BK would be coming full fledged at these people like, ha, get a life, loser. Here, let me order you a book. It says get a life.
Yeah, no, college BK would lead them to believe that there is a job opening at the last second, like months after interviewing them, just say job's been filled.
6 interviews. Sorry.
Wait, like that. That's the pettiness I had back in the day. I would drag this on for 6 months.
Jesus Christ.
And let it go. So for me now,
it seems like it's been dragging along since they made you one of the moving crews. My 3 Sons Moving Company, or whatever.
What's been dragging along is them being shitty people has dragged along that entire time.
Yeah.
That's what's dragged along.
They turned you into Jorge.
Yeah, that makes me even want to go out of my way to be nicer to somebody,
There you go.
And let them understand that maybe if they try this, things will work out a little differently for them. But sorry, they just don't fit the standards. I'm looking at 3 guys that set the standard for.
Yeah, and I got coffee coming out of my nose. We set the standards here.
Yeah, I mean, that girl right there, she's not going to ever have a National Wives Day if she doesn't get straight.
Is that today?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's National Wives Day or something. I found out today. So you better be careful there, Wags.
Yeah. Where's the cake, Wags? Did you buy a cake for your wife?
Uh-oh.
Doghouse again. She's like,
oh man, I'm already in the doghouse. So
God bless it. All right, guys.
All right,
there
boys.
you go. I'll let you know tomorrow if she responds, but that's all we got.
You'll see her walking down the steps, trip her.
See y'all tomorrow.
Later, boys. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another chaotic edition of our show, Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags at Double R. You can hit us on our socials. I'm on Brand X/Twitter, not the fake Wags, and then on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. Partner in crime, Double R, is on Instaface at _Rodney R, and then Brand X/Twitter at the Rodney R. If you're out and about, if you're mobile, if you're getting ready to leave any notes on somebody's door or reply to somebody trying to apply for your company, make sure you hit us up on that code of text line. Lottery number is 512-222-9328. Again, 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already and get a part of this conversation. Quick little note, just go behind the curtain here. A lot of construction going on in my house. I might have to put some headphones on and switch up some audio midway through the show. And also, if one of the crew members come knocking on the door to get back into the gate, I got to go let him back in real quick. So
yeah,
might help for maybe out of pocket, maybe for 2 minutes. That's all. But hey, what do we got on the show? I wanted to introduce you as Uncle Ronnie or Dr. Ronnie today. I wanted to introduce you as Dr. Ronald today because I got a little stressed out. Got a lot on my plate. So wanted to come in here and have you
need me to help you
talk me through life a little bit here and give me a lot of bad advice. So.
Need you to come lay on my couch and we'll get you all fixed up.
Yeah.
Stomach first, stomach down, please.
Stomach down. I don't know. I don't think so, amigo.
Oh man, I know you got a lot.
I think we're gonna do one of those video conferences.
Yeah. We could do telehelp. I don't know, Wags. I'm not we were going to bed last night, early night for bed, had to check out some WNBA playoffs. Full disclosure,
what's early night for you? 7?
9:30. Yeah,
okay.
Something like that. Okay. So full disclosure, I sent y'all that last night because I was worried BK was going to hire that lady and I'm the WNBA correspondent. So it's okay, I need to let y'all know that I'm still on the beat, So no, it's one of those things. You're laying in bed and the wife says, "Can we talk?" I'm like, "Oh, goddamn. Didn't go to bed at 9:30, buddy. Up for a little while talking." But it's good because it was one of those things where I thought of you while I was laying in bed with my wife.
That's dangerous. That is dangerous.
I know.
With pineapples? I don't think so.
But it was one of those things to where what you said about it was a conversation about apart, not together, but apart.
Growing together. Yeah, growing together.
Kind of one of those things. And I was ready for it.
Man, you're on that, huh? Yeah, that's Jack. That's dude, Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy and shit.
I owe you a debt of gratitude or a steak dinner or McDonald's hamburger or something because I was ready for that conversation because you got me ready, buddy.
Oh, get the hell out of here, man! Now I'm Dr. Wag. If I'm Dr. Wag, we all got a problem.
It was Dr. Wag.
If you're coming to me for sage advice, buddy. We're down the wrong avenue of approach, man.
Yeah,
we got top 5 today, man. Push top 5 Wednesday. We got top 5 racing movies. Now I left one off the chart, but I'll try and sneak it in there last minute. If you guys will allow it. I don't think it actually constitutes as a racing movie, but when I think of racing movies, this is the number one movie that I think of. But technically, I don't think it's a racing movie. But we'll bring it up.
My number one is Goofy. My number one. Is
all right. I can't wait to hear. We also got some sound from Dabo, huh? Or
Dabo.
Excuse me, Debo Samuel.
AKA Debo Samuel. That's right.
Debo Samuel sound. Okay.
The great coach from Cleveland. Code of text line is just blowing BK up for his response.
What we got going on?
It's pretty much said that no huevos rancheros. That's my man Greg. Greg, ¿qué pasa, mi amigo? See, we're all multilingual around here. That's the thing. What we do around here.
I speak some different languages every now and then. Yeah, it depends on how drunk I get or how crazy and touching the clouds I get. Pool update from
that's what I wanted to get first. The pool update.
I sent you guys a video. I'm not sure if I uploaded it onto my socials yet, but they got all the rocks. So we're doing let me try and Mike Caps this thing and paint the picture for you. Let me paint the canvas for you here, as Mike Capps used to tell me. Well, from left to right in my yard, we're going to have a little bit of a deck, right? Where we'll have a concrete deck, and then as we pan to the right, if you're looking from my backyard, from my back porch, if you pan to the right, you'll have a little bit of a sun deck, right, where you can put your sun chairs or whatever, and then you'll have a little bit, maybe like a 2 foot to 2.5 foot pool where the dogs can kind of just chill and have fun and kind of splash around like a splash pad almost. That's not that big, right? And then that after about maybe 2 feet of that in width, we kind of go down into the main pool area where it's going to start at around 3 to 3.5 feet deep, and then gradually declines down to 5 feet. And that goes and expands along the width of my house, right? So the pool will align directly with my house and the deck or the patio that's going down there. And then once that's done, we get the lean-to put in, call Tom, have a nice little soiree at the house there, welcome in the TSU fam, and we'll have updates then there and put it on social media.
There you go.
But yeah, so far it's okay. Right now, I guess they just got done loading up all the rock and hauling the rock away, but it's going to get pretty loud. Like I sent you that video right in the middle of their I guess doing their payload there. But when the trucks come back, I'm probably going to have to put the headset back on.
Yeah, it's I'm telling you, for folks that don't live, near where Wags and I do, this ground is horrible. I mean,
a foot in, you took on bedrock. A foot in, there was just nothing but rock, and they'd just been drilling and breaking up rock most of the day.
I'm telling you, my little golf swing thing that I have, I mean, it's a little devil's pick, with 3 prongs. It goes not very deep into the ground, and I have a really hard time
nowhere to go
back trying to get that thing in there.
Yeah, I ain't got nowhere to go.
No,
but it's like the one. There's no rebar in yet, so they hadn't really put any structure or anything in there just yet. They're kind of just digging out all the the ground and excavating stuff. But the cool thing is seeing the dogs go out and getting a little crazy in there. Bianca is old and fragile as she is. She is just kind of like returned to her youth, and she's out there trying to hunt and dig and find critters and shit. And I don't know, it's fun seeing her, being spry again. But also, like, once the rebar goes in, we can't have the dogs out there.
Oh,
like,
no,
that's absolutely dangerous.
No,
but yeah, I don't know. It's how I am about cleanliness too. Like, I'm a cluster right now. Like I'm a ball of stress. I'm just a little ball of stress right now. So,
well, and you're doing
my house back, man. I need my effing house back.
And you're doing
my
this.
Neighbors, dude. I've been stressed out about my neighbors too. Reached out to my neighbors. Finally got a response from them. Not my neighbor in the back. My neighbor in the back is very upset with me.
Fuck them.
Because of the loud noise.
I
mean, and she came out right away and said, "This is very annoying." And I said, well, it was annoying when you were putting your porch onto your backyard, but nobody said a damn thing to you about it, right? Like we all endured. Okay, so
go leave a note on her door.
A week of construction, so
leave a note on her door that says, sorry,
but no. Yeah. I mean, like I insured my neighbor to the right of me where the dozer and the cat's going back and forth hauling all the rock and hauling all the excavation out of it. I insured him that if anything was damaged, sprinkler system, I would pay for it. We set money aside already to do that. So I don't know. It's been a bit stressful. Like I wish I could just snap my fingers and have it done and have the party for everybody. Right.
Absolutely.
But, all right. Where do you want to go first, man? But that's the update on the pool. Yeah. We'll give updates from time to time, but right now I'm imagining like this is like phase 1. There's a couple of phases with this build. Right. And right now we're in phase 1 of the process.
Yeah. Before we get to Debo Sweeney, because what it was all about was the start, the Clemson start. And again, Clemson is one of the teams that's underperforming, supposedly, allegedly.
Another team, yeah.
Like Texas.
They're underperforming, right? Like you lost to Georgia Tech, you struggled with Troy. Okay, you lost to. Well, I mean, losing to LSU isn't bad. Like that's foreseeable. Okay, or forgivable rather. That's going to allow you to still be in the postseason, but. Losing to Georgia, I mean, you better win out the ACC. And I don't know, you're probably going to have to rival. And what Georgia Tech's going to have the head-to-head over you now, right? In that, so they've put themselves behind the 8 ball, man.
And I have to tell you, when you look at the two quarterbacks, you know, and this is kind of an Arch Manning thought that I wanted to get out of the way, because I think it's a bigger thing with the struggles of Arch. And again, the expectations that were put upon Arch were just outrageous. I mean, let's be honest, and we're seeing it now. But to me, the Cade Klubnik thing to me seems to be a bigger thing, because that's more established. Quarterback development in college is now becoming a really, really big thing right now that I'm seeing just kind of blitz.
Do you think quarterbacks are being developed in college?
I don't think so. And I think that so much of it is transfer portal, to where it's like you get guys where they can move around so much, and it's like, boom, you get a quarterback
for like instant gratification and like, hey, you know, come play into this system. No, I agree with that too, because I think that's why you're seeing like the scarcity at the NFL pro level. Like I was having a great conversation with Hunter about this too, right? Remember how lights out Trevor Lawrence was coincidentally at Clemson, right? Yep. You know, and of course, now he had tremendous talent around him, right, with Etienne and the receivers that were coming through there as well. But like, you would think, looking at Trevor Lawrence, that this was a no-brainer, that was going to be a shoe-in at the next level and have success, right?
Yep.
Pump the brakes. Not exactly what we thought was going to come to fruition, right? There's been a lot of struggle now, and granted, like the first year with Trevor Lawrence was an absolute debacle with with Urban Meyer, and then trying to have to install new offenses, and now he's got Cohen here, so maybe things could get brighter, with some more continuity in place. But like, again, it's just my point is nothing's ever guaranteed, right? There's just not a guarantee out there, and I think it's because of the lack of development, to your point, in the college level or at the college level. I just don't think it's there anymore, and maybe it's because you were getting to this point. They're transferring too much, or they're transferring too quickly.
I think it was Jordan Reed from ESPN that really kind of hammered in on it yesterday, to where you're talking. John Mateer is a great example. When I look at that, where this dude moves, what is OU doing to develop the next quarterback? Because at this point, you really don't have to. I mean, look here at Texas. I mean, it's like, God forbid something happens to Arch, even though Arch isn't playing like John Mateer or some of these other guys, Carson Beck, to where it's like, okay, what's the next plan? Right. And I think that these guys, because it is, you go out and you get the next piece, Miami, you go out and get Carson Beck, and it's so weird where he was like a Heisman front runner last year and he falls off the map with Quinn. Now you look at it and boom, there he is right at the top of the Heisman thing. So I really think that is something that's lacking because of the transfer portal, because it's just so easy now to go find one.
Sure,
yeah. So that's something to continue to watch. And where I kind of relate all this to Arch is where everybody was ready to send Arch off to the NFL. And of course, we've been concerned. How long is Arch going to be here? Is he going to be one and done or whatever? It's been the Manning.
I mean, I thought for sure like he would stay here his entire career. Like I just saw that just fits. And now, I mean, after what we've seen in this young campaign, and
that's where I go back to with the Mannings and with Archie just a few weeks ago saying that this isn't going to be a one and done. What did they know already? Because now it's like maybe they knew.
Well, Eli stayed 4 years. Peyton stayed like they all stayed 4 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. I just think that's in the system. I just think that's the way that they do things. That's standard business for them, right? Like you're going to stay in college, you're going to get your education while you're here, and then you're going to go off because football is not forever, right? I just think that's the mindset that the Mannings have.
Yeah, and that's where
am I wrong? Do you think otherwise?
It seems like, but that's where you go back to. I mean, I know the Mannings are very, tedious.
Yeah, they're very
strategic and everything.
I would say machine-like, right? Like very, very built.
Yeah, but now the difference is to where you're in a different environment, to where it's like, okay, if you come out. Let's just say that he came out this year and he was just blazing a trail that was just unbelievable and had Texas in this position where they blew Ohio State out and have just been rolling through everything. I think it would be crazy for him not to make that next step, which obviously he's not doing. At this point, you do have to come back, but situations are different now, to where it's like, do you ask him to come back after an amazing season to develop more, or do you send him off to do whatever the next goal is? But I guess the good thing is we don't have to worry about that because he's not at that level yet. But my thought was the Mannings, whether planned or not, seem to have hit this nail on the head, to where he's not going to be ready. Not going to be ready. Well, there are things to be learned.
I think if we're going back to the conversation we were just having on the lack of development with the quarterback, right, or just at the college level, and maybe everybody's sitting back from the standpoint and seeing what we're seeing too, right? Not just the scarcity, but the disparity at the QB position when they get into the NFL, right? I mean, we're talking about a couple of the most highly touted recruits of all time struggling to make a roster for the NFL, right? And now they can't even, like, you're telling me Quinn Ewers can't win a starting position after being deemed as the highest recruit. And I know that often doesn't transfer, to the pros, right? And people develop differently at times throughout their career and throughout the way that they play the game. But I think that goes back to the conversation we were having with, if you know that the disparity is there at the quarterback level and quarterbacks aren't ready coming into the pros, why wouldn't you just have the plan automatically, regardless if he throws 30 touchdowns and only has, 5 interceptions? Why wouldn't the plan be, all right, we're going to get the max development as much as possible, which is why we sent him to Texas to be with a quarterback guru like Sarkisian. Like, I thought that was the plan from day one.
Yeah. But
did you not? Like,
that's what we were sold. But with the initial start that we've seen, what happened? where's the development? And that's where we go back to the lack of.
All right, so that's what you're asking. Like, where develop? I thought you were saying like he was supposed to take off early. Like,
yeah, well, I mean that was, I think outside of Austin, that was the thought where folks were already crowning him. Oh, he's going to go to the Saints. Everybody's going to tank to get him. There's nobody going to tank to get him right now. I mean, no offense. I mean, what the Saints have now look better than this dude. And it'll come around. I just think that what you need right now, is
that's a tough one to swallow, though, bro. That's a tough one to swallow, man.
Oh, I know, but
he's a pro. It's actually not. He's a pro quarterback, dude. He's a pro quarterback.
Hey,
that's been in the league for a minute.
For a
cup of coffee.
There are 32 guys, and 6 of them are backups this week, I guess. There are 32 guys that get to lead an NFL team as an NFL quarterback. So that, hey man, that's a very small list of people that get to do something that's crazy. So anyway, yeah, you hope for development, and you hope for an offense that comes out and just is amazing this week, because I'll tell you, the defense that Sam Houston is rolling up in here is not very good. So
this is one of the worst teams in the country. All right, and if you struggle with this, they're bad on offense. They're bad on passing. I think they're the worst team in passing defense, and they're one of the worst teams in rushing defense. It's not good. If the Longhorns struggle to find any type of rhythm with this team, we all might want to just get together and sing Kumbaya and temper our expectations and just be like, hey, remember this year wasn't supposed to be the year. Next year's supposed to be the year.
If we wait for year 2 of the Arch era. Yeah, our man Rodney put these stats out yesterday on X. 133rd in pass defense, 113th in pass efficiency defense, 115th in completion percentage allowed, 131st in passing TDs allowed.
Well, those aren't Rod B stats. Where are those stats from?
Well, that's the Sam Houston stats. That's
I
Sam
know, but okay, never mind.
Oh,
I'm saying, where did he get those stats from?
Oh, I mean,
ESPN or whatever. You said they were Rod B stats. They're not Rod B stats.
Well, Rod B posted them. Yeah, that's Sam Houston's defensive stats.
Gotcha.
So if you can't penetrate that defense, yeah, I'm with you. Kumbaya is not what I'm going to be singing. I'm going to be singing some hell of a lot worse. But to Dabo, what Dabo was talking about, Dabo was fired up, and Dabo, say what you want to say, not embracing the system or whatever. This was when Dabo was asked about the underperforming at Clemson this year.
Well, if they tired of winning, they can send me on the way, because that's all we've done is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good?
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Is that good? I don't know if that's good or not. To win your league 8 out of 10 years, to go to the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, to be in 4 national championships, win it twice. Yeah, we're a little down right now. Take your shots, but I got a long memory, in case y'all don't know.
You know what?
We'll be all right. We'll bounce back. And hey, listen, I mean, if Clemson's tired of winning, they can send me on my way, but I'm gonna go somewhere else and coach.
Repeating.
There it is.
You know what? It takes me back to that comment that Michael Jordan had, right? Where many people can talk shit when they're up. When you're down, talk the smack. And Clemson is down right now, and Dabo ain't holding back. But again, I'll say to the counterpoint, it's the ACC, coach. Let's calm down a minute. You got some talent in there now, but it looks like Miami's league. 7 out of, I mean, you're right. The past is the past, then, you got to stay relevant for sure. And, if you say you'll be all right, you got to back that shit up. Because right now, I mean, you were supposed to have the team. You got eight returning starters on offense and 9 on defense. Like, this is supposed to be a very close-knit, tight nucleus that's supposed to be able to take down anybody in the ACC, and you just lost to Georgia Tech, right? So, I get it. Like, they've had their moment where they've been able to upset, like, Florida State, but that was a year where Florida State was just an absolute abomination of a program, right? So, and maybe, Georgia Tech has been growing and building their program up quietly, but it's still, I go back to, it's the ACC. I think Clemson is absolutely underperforming, like you brought up in the beginning of the show, and I get why Dabo is kind of reeling a little bit. You lose games like this, man, especially in that type of era, that type of region. You've lost more than a game. You've probably lost recruits, right?
Yeah. And I think that this is where Dabo is still in that mindset of before, because he's talking about everything that they won and championships, and he's right. I mean, he's totally right. But this is where I go back to, you didn't have the environment back then that you have now. And I think that that's where their lack of adapting to that is going to kind of bite them in the ass. And no, they're not going to fire that guy. I mean, if Dabo ever leaves there, it's going to have to be one of those mutual things to where they're both like, okay, that's what happens here. He's built his legacy there. But yeah, that's a fired up guy. But hey, he's coming out swinging, and that's what you want, that fire out of your coach. When Sark's talking about whatever, a lot of times I'm like, oh yeah, where a lot of times I want to run through a wall for him. Other times I'm like, just spit it out and be done with what you're saying, because I ain't buying it.
I mean, most of the time though, I'm running through a wall for Sark.
Yeah. But that dude there, I'm like, yeah, that's what he's doing. So. Anyway.
All right. What else we got, amigo?
I tell you what, man. Let's dive into some sponsor shout outs here before we get into our top.
Let me go check on the crew real quick. I'll be right back.
Right on. Covert Bee Cave. It's covertbeecave.com. New or pre-owned cars, trucks, SUVs. Jump online and check them out today. How about some satisfied Covert Bee Cave customer?
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Maybe it's a Covert deal, not now, not ever. Check them out today, covertbeecave.com. Also want to talk about the brand new lawyer in town. We've been talking about him here for a few months now. It is Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Don't fall for all those personal injury attorneys on TV trying to sell you a bill of goods. No, sir, Bob. You want to hit Ryan Hurricane Hecht. That is your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. If you're injured in a car accident, hurt on a job, random incident that's going to have the need for a personal injury attorney, you call Hurricane Hecht. He's been doing this for over a decade, friends, fighting for justice and big results. And the great news is you don't pay unless you win. There's not going to be a huge retainer. There's not going to be any of that. You get results, and that's when you pay the Hurricane. And the other part about it is not going to fall for these big insurance companies. They're going to be the first call that you get if you're in one of these unfortunate situations. And we don't wish this upon anybody. We're just giving you the resource right here if you need it. Take your phone out right now. Put this number in your phone, 512-938-8929. Put Hurricane Hecht there, because that's going to be your go-to guy. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients, friend of the show, fighter for the people, and you will absolutely get what you deserve if you deal with the Hurricane. Again, call him today at 512-938-8929. You can email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That is Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Also have to talk about, this is the great time of sports, the great time for sports all year long right now with NFL. MLB playoffs are coming up. Astros, Rangers today. Who gets the silver boot? We'll find out. The Iron Skillet, the final Iron Skillet ever, supposedly, coming up this weekend with TCU and SMU. Only one way to check that stuff out, and it is with AV Consultations. That's your go-to place for football.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
avconsultations.com. Check them out today. Also, McCall Custom Homes. Our man Mike McCall, if you're looking to do that outdoor space like Wags is talking about, he's working on his outdoor stuff with pools and so forth. If you got something you need done outdoors, you got something you need done indoors, it is our great friends there at McCall Custom Homes. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Great news today on Hump Day. We tell you this all the time. Free estimates if you're a TSU watcher or viewer. 512-633-9580. Check out our man Mike McCall. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. They will get your job done. For over 40 years serving Central Texans with all of that renovation needs. And if you're looking for new construction, it is Custom Homes. If you need a brand new home, they'll take care of that for you as well. 40 years, family owned and operated, in Central Texas proud. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes. Check them out today.
Gonna have Mike in the McCall Custom Homes come on for the last portion of our home project here, man. We got to wait for the pool to be done before we put the lean-to up on the patio here for the covering.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point right here. I mean, a lot of people are bitching about the running game, but and again, we'll move on after this. But I will tell you that from what I'm seeing right now, the running game does need to get better. Does need to get better because that's going to be your strength right now, it seems like. And that may change, Wags. Everything may change. The script may flip.
I don't see the domination of the offensive line, right? Like, we're firing off the ball, but we should be, right? And what gives me a little bit of concern is the lack of domination that we're having against cupcake season, right? Like, especially like when you're going up against a four-man front, when this offensive line that weighs an average of 320 some pounds, when they're going up against a four-man front that weighs on an average of 262 pounds, and you're not pushing them back 10 yards off the ball, I naturally have concerns. I just do, right? Like, when you outweigh somebody, you're supposed to be that much more physical. It's the physicality that's concerning for me. Lack of physicality is concerning for me. The penalties, right? And saying that you're pressing too hard and that's causing the penalties, no, that's lack of discipline. Get it together in practice. That's where I'm at with it. I think that if we continue to play like this, getting into October and November, we're going to lose every battle of trench warfare. Mm-hmm. That's what I think. And I don't know. You're supposed to be dominating right now. I'm sorry, guys. That's where I'm at.
And that's why I say that I don't want this team to become, well, you can kind of be ho-hum offense, but the defense is always going to save you. Because when you get into league play, when you get into playing OU and Georgia and some of these guys, the defense is going to cave. At some point, the defense is going to cave. Defense is going to have a bad game. And that's where you can't lean on that. You got to have complementary football. They talk about 100%. That on offense, but it's got to be on three sides.
Now, I agree with Naaman here too, right? Like, Sark's play calling and play selecting has been, kind of vanilla and right up the middle, off tackle left and off tackle right, which counterpoint to that though, Naaman, like, I understand that, like, he's probably seeing what we're all seeing, right? Like, we have the dominant line. why aren't we blowing them off the ball and these 4-yard runs, break off into, 30-yard scampers? Like that's what should be happening. That's usually what happens, especially in the latter portions of the game when the defensive line gets worn down just because of how physical and just dominant you've been the entire game. Like that's it's football 101 and we're not doing it. That's why I have concerns. Go ahead.
And it could be where you want to test your offensive line. You want to give them that work, and that's why you're running the running back right up their ass. I mean, you could go to that thing to where you're trying to make the offensive line better. But I go back to the second half of the game the other day when it comes to your quarterback. Why do you lean on the run game? Why don't you try to throw the ball then to give your quarterback confidence and to try to?
I think the pass would naturally open up more if they leaned on the run game a little bit more and opened up play. I'm a big fan of play action. You guys know this. Especially when you got a quarterback with wheels, get him on a play action, have a little bit of a rollout waggle, and then if nothing's there, then sorry, you don't even need the check down, man. The ball doesn't need to leave your hands. Just tuck it and run, dude. Get 10, 20, and then get out of bounds. It's easy.
Yeah. What CB's great point. I mean, what's he supposed to do in the quarterback?
It's execution. It's execution.
Can't hit the guys that are open. Can't hit the guys that are open. Quick NFL note with JJ McCarthy now out. Carson Wentz, right? Carson Wentz.
Yeah, Carson Wentz. How about it? Still in the league, Carson Wentz.
And now you're going to have no Aaron Jones.
You picking him up on your fantasy team?
Not quite yet. Not quite.
Not yet.
Yeah. I saw him on there. It said FA. When I had a draft, it said FA. So, No, he was already on the Vikings. He was already on the Vikings when that popped up.
And, one more to Naaman real quick. He says, no sweeps or tosses or counters. I don't know if we have the team speed for the counters to get to the edge. I've been wondering that too, right? And we've done a few counters, but they've been very slow in development, and they've been tackled for losses in the backfield. So maybe that's why he's neglecting going to the counters. It's ultimately, maybe it just comes down to execution. But no, you're seeing what we're seeing, brother. I'm trying to find a reason for us. That's all.
Yeah, I had really hoped that Ryan Wingo was going to kind of fall into some of that spot to where you could use him on sweeps and reverses.
And to Naaman's point, where's the end of rounds? Where's the development to get him the ball? Right? Yeah. Like that's the point that I see coming from Naaman.
Yeah, and look, I get tired of jet sweeps and screens and all that, but the screen game is not even a part of
we haven't seen much of it now. We haven't seen,
and that's where it's such a big part. It's like you just squash it out. You just stop doing it. It's like, no, incorporate it. Let it be something.
Build off of it. A fake, I've seen people, implement, screens, and then all of a sudden it's a fake screen because that wide receiver is so deadly in space, and then all of a sudden somebody blows open and busts the back of the defense wide open, and they hit him for a long, deep ball. You can build off. If you're creative, you can build off of one play and turn it into 3 plays.
Exactly.
Just out of a set, right? And then move that into a different set and have the same 3 plays. It's
one more game.
What do I? I'm in an armchair here, talking to you.
One more game to figure it out. Where I was going with the Vikings.
One game.
Yeah, one more game to figure it out. One more game to figure it out, and take your ass on the road and see what lies ahead. The road untraveled.
Man, you're not making me feel any better, buddy. Are you?
I'm trying to stay positive, man.
Thelma and Louise here. We're jumping off cliff.
Where I was going with the Vikings.
Take that damn SEC hat off.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, that's baseball. Let's get back to
UTSA.
Too soon. Aaron Jones now out for 4 weeks for Minnesota.
Yeah. Going to be all on Jordan Mason, huh?
Yeah. In a division that is now, I mean, Detroit seems to have come alive. They're back. Green Bay is just.
I never said they went away.
Yeah, I know. I totally.
You're the one that said they was gone. So
I totally get that. I put the Lions in the den.
The trucks are back. Let me know if it's too loud, I'll switch. All right.
Oh, I don't hear anything, man.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying they're just now pulling up. So
yeah, no. I think you are totally good. I think you're totally good. You think Sark is in Arch's head? I mean, literally. No, I mean, I hope not.
I hope Arch isn't in his own head, honestly. Like, I think
that's the problem. I honestly think that's the problem.
We got to remember, too, man, these are kids, just because they're getting money doesn't make them professionals. These are still kids.
Yeah.
You'd like to think that, they're going through some other shit, too. Like, this is a maturation process, not just on the football field, but also in life too. So, and Sark talks about getting them ready just for, not just for football, but for life also. Again, like this thing, and I'm hoping that this is the case. Like this could be a mental block, and then all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, it's gone, and then it's back to be. That's my optimism, guys. Do I think it's going to happen like that? No, but hopefully optimistic. You guys know me, with a minute left, down 30, I still think we got a chance. You know what I mean? So that's just how I am. So,
and it's it's what do they say? I mean, you play with confidence, and you're just naturally going to hit your expectations, maybe exceed expectations. These expectations were way too high, Wags. I mean, come on, you can't. I mean, go back and look back
and having fun. Double R, like they're not having fun. Like they're trying. Like they lost in their number one spot week 1, and now they're trying to prove every damn national pundit wrong. Which I get. And face it, just come out and say, hey, maybe we were overrated. Let's go back and get it now.
Yeah,
let's go.
Yeah, that's it. And the offensive identity thing keeps coming up, and it's like the identity is there isn't one. You need to develop.
Hunter's got a point. You guys got a point. Like there is no identity. Like an identity would be lean on, win trench warfare, lean on this offensive line, and establish 4 to 5 yards pop, which they did against Ohio State. But then they've been reluctant to go back to that. Like if you're getting 4 to 5 yards against Ohio State, how and looking so dominant against a brand like that, how are you not beating the brakes off of cupcake season?
Yeah,
like that's what's driving me absolutely nuts. And then my only thing that I can think of that I can deduce is that maybe we're just working on things that we wouldn't really work on, and which just doesn't make sense at all. Right? Like, why wouldn't you work on stuff to naturally get better and progress as the season goes on? But also, I understand the gamesmanship at keeping stuff close to the vest and not letting the other, conference teams see what we're working on here. But what concerns, buddy? Concerns, my guy.
And if this offense finally gets an identity, and it's very run heavy, and it's very long drives, and Arch Manning is not the star of the offense. Somebody jumps up, whether it's a running back, whether it's a receiver, whoever, and he's not the star. I don't give a shit as long as they're winning games. That's what counts. Arch doesn't have to be.
That's what you just said, though. Kind of irks me on defense too. Like my main concern is defense. Like our inability to get to the quarterback. I feel like I've beaten this, down and down and down. Like I feel like I just am a broken record with this. Like this is a bigger issue for me. Like not, offense sputtering, sure, but when you're supposed to be so damn, dominant that you can't get to the quarterback. Like you're not, it's not to the point that you're not sacking. You're not getting to the quarterback. You're not even getting hurries. You're getting some tackles for losses, but you're struggling to get to the quarterback.
And what's worse is that's apparently going to be your strength is the defense. So if you're struggling now, because it's going to get very hard.
No, there are a lot of concerns, my guy.
Got one game to fix it, buddy. You got one. It's all going to be fixed by 10 p.m. Sunday night, right?
We will. We'll see. We'll see. We got top 5.
Got top 5. Top 5. What is this? Top 5 racing movies.
I will go first because you are the expert here in the racing land, and I want you to give me a little bit of reprieve on this.
Yeah, for sure.
Not reprieve, but just a little bit of insight on this. I first got into racing movies, or not racing movies, but kind of got into racing because of this movie. Are you familiar? I'm sure you're familiar with Rush, right?
Of course, yeah.
Chris Helmsworth plays James Hunt. English, F1 race car driver, but it's the rivalry between Niki Lauda and James Hunt.
Yep.
And everybody that knows, racing history knows that Niki Lauda got in that awful accident, burned his face up, and went on to drive. And there was a huge rivalry between James Hunt and Niki Lauda. And then after this, it kind of pulled them together, and James Hunt was the flash in the pan type of playboy for F1, and Niki Lauda was all about racing. Or that's what that's what it seemed. I wasn't alive or around back during that time. That's just what I've gotten off of the movie and off some of the documentary stuff that I've seen on TikTok and Netflix. But anyways, that's my number 5 to get me into.
That's the Formula One I miss. That's Formula One.
So, and that's where I was like, is that how it used to be? Like, that's like just champagne everywhere, girls on your arms.
I gotta tell you, like the early '80s heyday of Formula One with Alain Prost and Niki Lauda was still a part of that. Nelson Piquet, the Gilles Villeneuve.
Piquet's another Nelson Piquet.
Yeah, man, that was great Formula One. That's when Formula One was like competitive, really competitive. And still an hour and a half that you invested in it. So good call, man. That's a really good one. Look at you. Look at you.
That's my gate. That's my gatekeeper.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what got me in. You want to go back and forth, or you just want me to go?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
Number 5, and I think that it's this low because it's new and I've only seen it once. Is I go with the new F1 movie.
So I haven't seen that movie yet. I haven't seen F1.
Yeah,
that's why it's not on my list. I haven't seen it. I had to leave it off.
This has enough old school to it to where it's. Obviously, it's got a lot of the new effects and so forth that you have with this. But Brad Pitt really does a good job. He's a great actor, and I love the story of the guy getting to come back in a newly minted, dominated young driver world. He comes in, makes an impact, and does whatever he does. I don't want to ruin it for everybody if you haven't seen it. After I see it about 5 or 6 more times, it's going to move right up the list because I immediately liked it.
Sure,
and that's
it's left off the list for me because I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
like, I can't put something on my list that I haven't seen.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's my 5.
Number 4 for me, and I'm kind of cheating here by putting them all in one. If I have to select my favorite, it's probably 3, but it's the series of Fast and Furious.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more pro Fast and Furious before The Rock. I love The Rock, but I'm more pro Vin Diesel, Paul Walker. Like Fast and Furious 1 is still probably I said 3, but honestly. Probably the OG Fast and Furious is still probably my favorite. But yeah, that's gonna be my number 4. But I am cheating. Like I even throw Tokyo Drift in there too with it, with Lucas Black. Fast and Furious to encompass all of them in there for the series is my number 4.
Number 4 I go to, and this because just over and over and over that I saw it. I think it's cute. I think it's cool. You get a lot of real voiceovers. Got to go with the original Cars.
I had Cars on my list, but I pulled Cars off, dude.
My kid was, when she was a baby, every day, Cars. So we'd sit there and watch Cars.
We even had video game too of Cars, man.
Even now, if she comes over, she's like, "You want to watch Cars?" Just randomly. You want to watch Cars? So I'm like, no. But yeah, Cars.
Paul Newman,
great. Daryl Cartrip is in there.
Yeah, dude.
The Piston Cup.
The Piston Cup, dude. There's some really good. Who was the female voiceover in that movie?
Oh my Lord, who was that? The blue car.
The blue car.
I can't think of her.
Yeah, I can't think of it. I can't think of her name. But yeah, I know Paul Newman was Doc.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like,
great movie. I mean, seriously.
Bob Cutlass.
Yeah. And again, that's where I go back to. That was great. Leave it alone. We don't need to make so many of them. Get a new idea. Anyway, so go with good old Cars, number 4. Yeah, Bonnie Hunt.
Michael Keaton with hostile takeover or whatever that one. Michael Keaton was in it too. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. That's good stuff. Cars.
Bonnie Hunt. Bonnie Hunt was the blue Porsche.
Yep. All right. That's number 4.
That was what?
4.
That was 4 for you. 3 for me. Ford versus Ferrari.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's Matt Damon and Bale on screen are phenomenal too, and to see Bale's performance is, as a car professional, and the way that he just throws his weight around there in the damn car room there of Ford. Where was it? Ford? I can't remember where they at, but they were having the car show. Just recently seen it. Actually watched it for this top exercise. 5 here. for this exercise. Yeah, Ford versus Ferrari, pretty damn good. Now it's probably going to get, like you, it's probably going to get better for me as I watch it. You know, I'll probably have F1 on this list too, based off of what you have said. But yeah, number 3, Ford versus Ferrari.
Number three, I got to go with who I think is probably the greatest Formula One driver of them all is Senna. The Senna movie, the Ayrton Senna. That is just, you want to talk about the wave of emotion and the drama and just him as a race car driver and then his ultimate death in a race car and just way too graphic. A lot of what you see in that Senna movie, but it's like that guy, if he would have survived, if he would have lived. People are like, oh, if Earnhardt hadn't died. Bullshit. Earnhardt was at the tail end of his career. Senna had already hit this spot where he was, this dude would have broken every freaking record you can think of. He was that good. So, yeah, Ayrton Senna. Senna, number 3.
I'll check it out. Matter of fact, no, I can find it. I'll Google it and find it. Number 2 for me, Talladega Nights.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I struggled with it on one, or it was at one for a time, and I was just like, you know what, I didn't like it when I first saw it. I had to watch it over and over again. And it's kind of like every Will Ferrell movie, right? But you know, the more you watch it, the more little Easter eggs come out, or little small jokes you pick up on shit, and you're just like, that is effing hilarious, dude. So Talladega Nights, it was supposed to be 1, but it fell to 2. So
NASCAR people were like initially offended by that movie, and it's like, sit there and watch it and watch yourself on the weekend,
and lean into it.
And it's like, watch yourself at the weekend at the dirt track. It's spot on. It's spot on. I don't have it on my list, but yes, and that's another one where when I first saw it, I'm like, that's stupid. But
it just is. Hell, Ricky, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. There's more than just you know, first place. There's second. There's third. Hell, there's even fifth.
It's like when we talk about the Sandler movies, it's just so fucking stupid that you have to like it.
Right. So Talladega Nights is my number 2. What's your number 2?
Number 2, I go way back. This is like the early 70s.
Okay. I was going to say you're probably about to take my number 1, but go ahead.
No. Maybe. This is way back. This is Richard Pryor, of all people, in Greased Lightning. It's a story of Wendell Scott, the first NASCAR, African-American NASCAR driver, and how he got to the NASCAR level. And it's a 70s movie with Richard Pryor doing a really good job, the comedian, as a race car driver. And it's, if you are weak at the stomach when it comes to like talking about what was going on in those days, how blacks were treated and how white people acted, don't watch this. Because
people always say like I don't feel like that. I don't treat people badly, so I don't have guilt or anything like that. So I'm like, I can empathize with people, but like people always say that to me. Like, I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh, I don't mean you. I mean, I know, but it's like one of those things where I've had folks that I tell them to watch that, and they're like, "Oh my God, that's horrible." I'm like, that was in the 1950s. That was in the 1960s. That's the way it was.
Yeah,
and
I just wasn't around back then to see it. So.
I mean, it is very much it's a black dude in the South trying to race stock cars at local tracks.
I'll absolutely check it out.
I'll let the rest tell itself. So yeah, Greased Lightning.
Really I have not seen Gran Turismo yet, CB.
Actually, I've never seen
it. I can't put something on my list if I haven't seen it, but I will definitely add it to the list. So F1 and Gran Turismo for this. My number 1. Days of Thunder.
It's a good
Robert Duvall. Well, I guess I should name Tom Cruise first as a lead, right? But then Tom Cruise, Robert Duvall, and also the dude that plays Shake and Bake. I can't think of the guy's name right now. Oh my God, who's the dude that was
Shake and Bake? Riley, Tom Riley.
Yeah, John C. Riley. John C. Riley's in it as well. Yeah, Days of Thunder. I mean, it's probably I say that Rush was the first racing movie I saw. That's not accurate. Like Days of Thunder, I remember calling the HBO like dial-in line to try and win like the cars, like the city car and the super flow car. Like that was one of my favorite movies for a long time. It got me into NASCAR, and then I just kind of fell out of it.
The mellow
yellow car. Like it got me drinking mellow yellow over Mountain Dew.
Yeah. No, that's a really, and that's another one, because that was like 1991, and we were like actively racing at that time. My dad was racing, and I remember I took a girl to watch that, and she's like, "This is unbelievable," and I'm like, "That's not really how it is."
Right.
I walked out all pissed off.
Roddy, or when Tom Cruise goes into Roddy Burns's house, and he's just like, "Hey, what's this? What's this trophy for here, man?" And it says it up there. Oh, yeah, it's the Winston Cup, buddy. That one's easy to forget. You know what I mean? It's just
and a lot of that's true. Like that meeting thing where they meet with the guy that's in charge, and it's the two drivers where they ride in the
rentals. That's based off a true story.
That's based off a true story with Jeff.
Well,
Bodine.
who are the drivers?
Yeah, it's Jeff Bodine and Dale Earnhardt. They were just like,
get the hell out of. Oh, so I guess Roddy Burns was Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a definite true story. That is a definite true story right there. And a lot of that is based around Tim Richmond, who was just an amazing driver. The lifestyle that he lived, the guy died of AIDS, but I think that's the basis of a lot of that. And that movie actually has a lot of feel of Jeff Gordon to me too. That's never been said. That's who I thought it would be.
That's kind of like Tom Cruise does feel like a Jeff Gordon type of dude. Like guy comes over, new guy on the scene, and he's flashing at the top of the charts already.
Yeah, from a different discipline of racing.
Right, exactly. From a different driver, a different driving discipline too, man. Hey, I had fun with this one, dude. And of course, I love your insight with the racing stuff here, but top five.
Number one for me, and this is when it comes. This is just, it's a totally stupid movie, but I just love it because it's got one of my all-time favorite actors in it.
Can I guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cannonball?
No, okay. But that guy is in it. Number one movie for me is Stroker Ace.
Stroker Ace, I haven't seen. All right, I will add that to the list too. So I got F1, I got Gran Turismo, and Stroker Ace. The movie I was going to put on here, but I don't think it constitutes as a racing movie, but it is probably my favorite car movie of all time. Gone in 60 Seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, they're technically the racing time, right, to get to the cars onto the dock, but it's
the old Steve McQueen movies. The old Steve McQueen movies in the 60s, man, those are really good. Who was left off of my list was Elvis Presley in Speedway. Didn't have that one on there.
Speedway, no, I did not have on that. That was not even on my radar.
Elvis was a racer too.
Gentlemen, start your engines. What's up? How are we?
What is going on, fellas?
Doing the top five. We moved the top five to Wednesday because we just don't have time to do a top five and go over every game on the slate on Fridays too.
Too much damn football, man. It's a
bad problem. There's a lot going on Fridays, Big E. What's up with you guys? How's your well, you're not with us most of the week, so how's been your weekend and how's been the start of your week so far?
It's been good. I mean, main thing for me is just avoiding. Yeah, chillaxing, just avoiding, Steve Sarkisian in the bathroom. That's been the main thing for me, because he does not.
He just wants to see the faces that you're making.
Oh, I filmed myself. Y'all want to see it?
He just wants to see if are you squinting your right eye? Are you biting your tongue, chewing your gums? He just wants to see what you're working with.
So really quick, Wags, double R, before I pass over to
wants to see what type of watch you have on your wrist.
Really quick, because I have the type of girlfriend who, ironically enough, fellas, is not a sports fan. She is not a sports fan at all, which is like an anomaly working in this field, right?
Sure, yeah.
She hates was not a sports fan, but she hears the stories of work through me. So she decided to, play a prank. There's a bathroom that's right next to like my wing of the house, and it's like right next to the office, right? So she decided to go old school, went to like FedEx, printed out a picture of Steve Sarkisian and hung it up in the bathroom. It was the first thing I saw in the morning because she wanted me to be greeted by that. I'm like, you know what? You don't even like any of this stuff. All right. Like, what was the point of this? But yeah,
oh my God.
Hey, that's the hard love, man.
Eric, you need to take a photo of that. So when Sark's a little more lax. Maybe they start getting some, they start scoring more than 30 points versus G5 opponents. You can be like, hey, Sark, my girlfriend did this. Thought it was pretty funny.
Well, I'll say this, Jordan. It sure as hell better start this week because this is one of the worst pass defenses in the nation. If it doesn't happen this Saturday, you can officially push the panic button.
Yeah. Hey, I was going to say, if we really want to troll Sark, someone print out the Tom Herman P chart, slap it up somewhere in the Moncrief complex, take a photo so it's clearly from 2025 and be like, hey, boys are looking rough. Sark's now instilling the P chart again.
Check them out. Yeah. Good stuff. All right, boys. I got to hop on a phone call. I'll see y'all. Good to see you, E. Henry. See you tomorrow, Jordan. Wags.
Can't wait to hear y'all. Be good, man.
We appreciate it. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. All right, I gotta really get on BK's ass to, I guess, get us a new backdrop. But
it's in the system. It's in the system. I've worked here before. It's in the system somewhere.
Yeah, come on, BK. But no, you weren't with us last week, so I never got to ask you what it was like being in the press conference whenever Sark brought up filming media members in the bathroom. Like, were you like hitting some of these with the reporters? Like, did he just say that? Like,
Jordan, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, Steve kind of has a quirky, like goofy kind of sense of humor at times. So when he's let me walk you through the whole thing, right? And I'll try to make this quick. When I heard the question asked, I'm not going to say who said it. It was a student who clearly didn't listen to the post-game presser the week prior that question was asked, because otherwise he wouldn't have asked it again, right? So when I heard the question being asked, my head already went like this, because I'm like, all right, you just threw a fastball right in the middle of the plate, and Sark is going to knock this thing out of the park. I was just waiting to hear what his response was. So then, of course, he questions like, "Oh, who'd you hear this from?" Blah blah. And then the student said Arch, and I was like, "Oh God, no! Like this is going to be horrendous." And then when Steve shut it down with that remark, I was like, I kind of looked at, I think it was Ced Golden who was next to me, and I was like, and I heard some laughs, and it was one of those laughs that you like a confused laugh, like what, as opposed to like hilarious. So yeah, it definitely was a like, all right, dog. I guess that's one way you could handle that.
Yeah. Hey, that's how I feel. My dog just threw up under my desk, and now I'm watching him eat his breakfast again. So I guess that's one way he can handle that.
Hey, Jordan, real quick. And I don't know if you need me to, I don't know if you need to step off and handle that.
I think I fed him a little late, and he was running around getting on. I mean, he's still a puppy. He's like,
yeah.
He's like 5 months old. So it's not his first time. Probably won't be his last. But yeah.
Real quick, I do gotta ask you, and we can save this for later in the show when you go to comments, questions. I got a question from our Horns 24/7. Ask me anything that I think was super interesting. So I don't know if you want me to ask it now or just wait till later.
Yeah, we can go ahead.
All right. The question is, it is from Waterboy, who says, in your opinion and based on your knowledge of the state, how much more difficult does it get for Sark to recruit kids out of Florida if Miami and FSU, or they put in quotes Florida, are both top 10 teams over the next few years? I gave my perspective, and I'll make mine super quick. 10, 15 years ago, I'd say, man, it makes it immensely more difficult, right? But now in the age of NIL, with a lot of the resources, Texas, I basically named like 5 schools, like Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State. I forget who else I put in there. But like, if you're those type of schools, you're going to recruit Florida regardless, right? You're going to get a kid or two regardless. Like that's not going to play a factor, regardless of how good any of those Florida schools are. But I still think if, specifically Miami doesn't have any money. You know this. Miami's recruiting off of vibes and mystique. UF and Florida State have a little bit more money, and they'll get kids based on being like the premier schools in the state. But if you're a Texas fan, you're like, oh man, if the Florida schools pop back up, is that going to make it hard to recruit Florida? Maybe South Florida, just because of how in bed those South Florida high school coaches are, not the private schools, but the public schools with the U. But outside of that, it's not going to be an issue. But that's my thought. I was just, curious what your take is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always important to remember, like, each recruitment is a very specific situation. Like Florida State, they were rolling in what would have been the 2023 season when they went undefeated, were left out of the CFP. That was the season before when they beat Oklahoma, I think in the Cheez-It Bowl in Orlando.
Yep.
They were trying really hard to get CJ Baxter. CJ Baxter actually was committed to Florida State at one point, I believe as a sophomore, backed out, and then, went through the process again, obviously ended up choosing Texas. After he committed to Texas, he went to 2 Florida State games as a senior during that 2022 season, and they won both those games. And he still signed with Texas. Big part of that, or what I will say too, like, Texas has gotten some kids out of the state of Florida from being the highest bidder. Other kids they've got from being the second or third highest bidder, but they'd rather go to a Texas than a Florida.
Right.
An example of that is Jamie French. I mean, Florida was putting their class together at the end of the cycle. They were starting to win. And Billy Napier obviously got like that public vote of confidence from Scott Strickland. And the booster started putting some money in. They were able to flip I forget where his high school quarterback was going.
I should know this too.
They were able to flip him from somewhere, and he ended up at Florida. Tramel Jones, he's now the backup. They also ended up getting Dallas Wilson after signing day. They pulled some strings, got him out of his paperwork to Oregon. And Vernell Brown's dad is like a manager, NIL advisor / agent for a lot of kids in the Florida area. And he's also like the manager for Anthony Richardson. So like a lot of kids that end up at Florida, he ends up repping them. And a lot of those kids that were flipping to Florida late, he was repping them. He was not repping Jamie French, though. And Florida had him on campus twice, and he still signed with Texas. Or they had him on campus twice as a senior. He still signed with Texas. And, I mean, he took less money to go to Texas and told us that at the All-American Bowl when we interviewed him. And, I mean, Hank didn't want to publish it because, I don't know. I mean, Hank, he's old school, and I get it. But Jamie basically, I asked him, I'm like, hey, what was it about Texas that made you go there instead of taking more money from Florida and going to Florida where it's like a, I don't know, 2-ish hour car drive compared to having to hop on a plane to go to Texas? What was it about Texas? And he's like, well, I was scared I wouldn't be developed at Florida. And like, you know, I wanted to go to Texas. It felt like a safer opportunity for my professional career and everything. And Hank didn't want to publish that, but I was like, all right, whatever. So some situations are different. And I also think like Texas does a good job recruiting kids with good mental evals that are cool with not going to the highest bidder. Where in other circumstances, like they understand it. If a kid is going to go to the highest bidder, that's what Kendall Gervil did when he committed to Florida, and he's a top 247 D lineman they're trying to flip. So I think Miami is more dangerous than anything else when they're good, as crazy as that sounds, because they do have money. I mean, Carson Beck is getting like that $3 or $4 million deal. I know he's a portal guy, but like they're spending money. Francis Mauanoa, they were offering Jeremiah Smith more money at a high school than Ohio State was, and he still went there. They're tampering like hell with him in the portal. Almost got him, but didn't again. And I mean, they've hit on some transfers. Cam Ward wasn't cheap. Like they were paying Cam Ward so much money to not go in the draft because he would have been a draft pick in April of 2025, probably day 3. And then he obviously does great there, goes 1 overall. But I'd say Miami's more dangerous than anyone. Florida State is kind of unique because they're recruiting more from high school, but like Norvell still kind of looks like a dead man walking. And it's a weird situation because he's like, I mean, they extended him 10 years after he won in 2023. So his buyout is ridiculous. They're kind of stuck with him and have to figure it out. But what has shot himself in the foot, and Lane Kiffin in a similar way, they've recruited so much out of the portal to where those guys are cutting the line from high school players that have been there for a few years to where high school kids are looking at it like, why the fuck would I go there if I won't get a shot to play till year 2 and then they're just going to have someone come in? And other schools are going to negatively recruit the hell out of that, you know? But like Ole Miss, like Hayward Howard Jr., who's committed to Texas to play corner at Edna Carr. His father, Hayward Howard Sr., played defensive line at Ole Miss. They were one of his first offers. And he never had any interest in them. His dad did not care. And why? Because he would go on record like all they do is recruit kids out of the portal. They haven't had success with high school players. Why would I go there? And he chose Texas. So I think, you know, there's a lot of moving parts around it. But I think when Miami's good, it threatens Texas more than anything else because the South Florida area and also Florida, I mean, at least in my time covering recruiting, Florida has never really been a threat outside of dropping bags.
Right.
And Florida State, I mean, Dalen McCutcheon was a Florida State commit. I obviously talked about C.J. Baxter, a few other guys that have ended up at Texas. But, like, their whole portal thing and them kind of just stinking under Norvell has made it hard for them. So, really, I'd say Miami. And, like, as much as I want to make fun of Cristobal for not needing the ball versus Georgia Tech or whatever, however many years ago, and, you know, doing Cristobal things about once a year, he's a really, really, really good recruiter. And he's respected down south in South Florida, and he knows how to get those guys to put the money together to get guys he needs. Like Francis Mauanoa was a total bag drop. You know,
that was my question to you super quick, and you actually just nailed it. That I should have put 2 and 2 together. Cristobal, being a Miami guy, right, from South Florida, he managed to recruit at FIU. That should tell you the dude can recruit, right? That probably it gets him access to different money. Because my question was going to be, and this is where having Jordan, who's a decade younger than me, is more in touch with these things. I only know of Miami having money that's not real money. That's money that can evaporate with one drug bust. Okay. So Jordan's kind of enlightening me that, like, no, this is actual like money that, you know, the check won't bounce or in federal court.
They lost the life wallet money. That guy isn't donating anymore.
Case in point.
It never slowed down, you know. They're still getting guys. So I mean, I don't know. And I also think like Miami and those Florida schools to some degree are set up kind of like Texas, where you have the money to, you know, get into basically a bid off or an auction for a 5-star player, a few of them every year, to where you can play games and you can get the highest bidder. You have those funds. But you also are located in like a recruiting hotbed where you can also get these 3-stars that are going to go to Illinois or Virginia Tech, or in Texas' case of Houston or Vanderbilt, and say, hey, you can play here at the hometown school you grew up rooting for, but we're only paying you $50K a year. Right. So come here, you can sit, provide some depth, and you'll play year 3 or year 4. Or you can go to Vanderbilt, make $100K, or Illinois or UCF and make that much and play earlier. Which one do you want to do? You want to play big-time football? You want to play on the CW? You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
The idea that UCF has $150,000 is laughable, but I digress.
But I just meant like they're set up.
I know what you meant.
They can easily take like really good budget takes and also, you know, get into the recruitments that are going to cost 7 figures. And I think Texas is doing a really good job of splitting that up this year. Because like evaluating the 3-stars and the lower end talents in your class has never been more important than it is in today's day and age of football. And like every single 3-star take in Texas class, I love. And I would not say that for any of the previous classes.
Gotcha.
I think it's a really good group. So, yeah, that's kind of my long-winded answer for who's the biggest threat to the Longhorns in the state of Florida. But so you've been there for every press conference. You've been there for the games, the practice availabilities.
Yep.
You've seen Arch. You saw him last year. Saw him this year. What do you kind of think on like how this whole thing is being handled? Obviously, he's a pro already as far as handling the media. He knows what to say, what not to say. And then you have Sarkisian, who is kind of taking the, well, guys, just give it a little, wait till he's on the other side of this. You know what that could look like, looking towards the future. It's not like Sark was going to get up there and be like, yeah, he sucks. We know he sucks. He's not going to say anything like that. But I don't know. What are your thoughts of being there for pretty much every moment of this whole debacle, whatever you want to call it?
All right. I'm going to try not to be too long-winded, and I'll let the audience know I got to step off for like 5 minutes at 10:30 to handle some business back home, help my mom out, get a square away a doctor appointment. But until then, Jordan, if we hadn't seen it last year, I probably would be really concerned, right? Granted, yes, it was against UTSA, ULM, Mississippi State, not premier competition. But I'm talking about even things like these fundamental issues, like his footwork being all over the place. I don't know where this weird sidearm, like, throwing motion came from. I mean, you see in today's football, you see so many quarterbacks try to do the Mahomes deal, right? It's almost like every quarterback tries it, but this has almost been like Arch's default at times to like try to do that sidearm, right? Like,
Mahomes' sidearm stuff has done irreversible damage to the quarterback position in football, just like Steph Curry becoming popular has done irreversible damage to basketball, and everyone wants to shoot threes.
Great analogy. That is a on-point analogy. So if we hadn't seen last year, I'd be like, man, what is this, right? But at least you saw a semblance of it. I'm going to give you my take, and I'm going to try not to say too much here, because we're probably going to try and save some of this for later on come conference play. Arch was asked, I want to say it was Dave Eckert, Austin American Statesman, who asked him, hey, do you believe that your issues are more physical or mental? He said mental, right? Jordan, it's almost like he can't say physical, because if he says physical, then you're going to open up that entire can of worms for 2 weeks ago about the grimace and the shoulder, right? So like he can't say it's physical. He has to say mental, right? But I do think this stuff is mental, Jordan. He is a pro at handling the media in terms of saying absolutely nothing, right? Arch Manning is Rodney Terry-esque in that he's not even really listening to the question. He has his answer made up in his mind that he wants to say, right? Yeah. Unless you ask him something that is like totally not off base, but like, for example, I asked him about James Simon. Okay, well then he has to give a real answer, right? You can't just you get his default back to like, hey, Elvis got to play better. Yeah, he has his answer made up in his mind. I will say, Jordan, it was super interesting. I asked people who've been on this beat much longer than me if they can ever recall a time that a quarterback on Monday during his presser didn't go up alone. And some people, I guess they mentioned VY and I think it was Michael Huff, that sometimes they do post game together. There's another example used, but they said never on a Monday. I thought it was noticeable that Arch went up there with Taff, right? And I'm not trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, but it's clear to me, right? In terms of knowing what to say, Arch is a pro. In terms of wanting to deal with any of this, Arch does not want to deal with any of this. All right. Like, I'm just telling you right now, in a way that, you know, it was very clear that Quinn didn't want to do it / was uncomfortable, but this is like next level. And I can understand it because like, yo, if you're Arch Manning, you can't turn on ESPN and be like, yo, I'm gonna watch, you know, a Thursday night game because there's going to be a cut in where they're like, what's wrong with Arch Manning? Right. Like, so I understand the perspective of like, he's over all of this. I'm saying that to say, Jordan, I do think if you're just asking me my honest opinion, I think he's a 21-year-old dude and he's just learning how to manage all of this, right? Because Jordan, it was easier to handle all of the media and all the attention when you know Quinn's coming back, right? It's not like Quinn was out for the year. Quinn was out for a few weeks. You knew, all right, I'm the placeholder. I can come in here. Arch's personality with the media was totally different last year, right? Because he knew like, all right, I'm the backup. Now that he's the guy and he has to do this every Monday, every post game, I'm sure he's getting, you know, responsibilities from his NIL deals and elsewhere. He's got to like have certain responsibilities. I think it's just a lot. That's my honest opinion. And like I said to Double R and Wags, it's got to happen this week. I'm not saying you bench him or anything like that because Jordan, like, I don't know if you see it differently. You can't, dude. Like, Matt Caldwell was not the starter to open the year at Troy. All right. He started because of injury. So let's be clear. It's not like, oh man, you got like a standout G5, you know, starter to come in and like Mikey Keene, for example, right? Who went to Michigan, right? It's not like that.
And he ain't Gio Lopez either, you know.
Gio Lopez, exactly.
And it's extra concerning because they clearly aren't comfortable with Trey Owens, or they wouldn't have brought in Matt Caldwell.
Thank you, and that's the point I just made on our boards a second ago, right? So like, you're not going to sit him, but y'all, I know I'm the resident G5 expert in this market because of my time covering. This pass defense is horrendous. Okay, CJ Brown played it at Northern Illinois and Bowling Green. Played a ton of football. He's the only player worth a darn on that secondary, maybe the whole defense. All right. Like, if you can't produce 250, 275, 300 against this defense and put up 40 points, then you got to push the panic button. Because Jordan, you go to UF, and then OU, two teams that, you know, OU, all right, they're looking good right now. Whatever you want to say about UF, their defense is not the problem. So that's where I'm at with Arch.
Yeah. I just pulled up the Sam Houston State R lads. Woof.
Yeah.
Woof. Damn. You know whose little brother plays for the Sam Houston State Bearcats?
I don't know offhand.
Drew Makuba.
Really?
Yeah. He's either a redshirt freshman or sophomore for them at receiver. Huh. He's not on the R lads depth chart in the twos. It's also crazy seeing this, like Alton McCaskill.
Well, yeah, right, from Houston. Yeah.
Like, how is this dude still in college? You know, I will say, I mean, Texas is no excuse to lose this game to begin with, but if Mabry Matoyer is in this football game, he's their backup quarterback.
Yeah.
If that dude is playing at all and can even get a first down, not good news.
And Jordan, real quick, there's a legit possibility because Hunter Watson, when they played at Hawaii 2 weeks ago, he was in street clothes, and then Mabry Matoyer and then the other dude, I'm forgetting his name right now, the kid they brought in from Wisconsin, they both took shots to the head to where they had to send Hunter Watson in the locker room in the third quarter, be like, yo, go get dressed. So there's a possibility you could see him.
Yeah, the only Sam Houston State stuff I've watched is when Mabry was in the game versus UNLV for whatever reason, and he was 5 yards over the line of scrimmage and threw it on a scramble, and it went back the other way for a pick six. But yeah, Eric's got to run. So I'm going to go solo for about 5 minutes. Jake Bayless will return to this here in a sec. Y'all have any recruiting questions, comments, drop them in the chat, and I'll hit on them while we wait for Eric. Don't really have a ton to talk about that I didn't hit on yesterday as far as recruiting goes. Did put out a story yesterday afternoon with some quotes from John Turntine. He's locked in. The only reason he wouldn't sign with Texas is if Sark somehow gets fired between now and signing day, which I think is very unrealistic to expect to happen. But locked in with them, I asked, like, hey, are any schools like I know your intention is to sign with Texas, but are any schools still hitting you up at all, trying to get you to change, your mind on that? And he basically was like, no, not really. They know I'm locked in. They know I'm committed, and they know I want to go to school at Texas. So that's about it. Which is like refreshing to hear. Like John Turntine has always been straightforward. I've loved covering him. Wholesome kid. Yes, sir. No, sir. He's always been like that. And just a great young man. And, I'll be honest, I don't think he's Kelvin Banks as far as a player, but mental eval, personal, between the ears, it is similar to Kelvin Banks, where just a great, phenomenal young man that, as a Texas fan, you want someone like that representing your program and protecting your quarterback. And I think John Turntine embodies that really well. Yeah, and as far as how he looks, because I know there are going to be some questions about physically how he looks, we had him at 260 this spring. He weighed in at 260 in January at A&M. We now have him listed at 285. I don't think he's 285. Probably not 260 either. Probably somewhere between there. But, he's North Shore's thinnest lineman. And, when I interviewed him, I asked, how are those conversations with Kyle Flood? And, he told me, Kyle Flood's telling me to eat. That was part of the quotes he gave. He's reminding me to eat. So, very curious to what his body will look like when we're allowed out at spring ball or spring ball practices in April or late March. And then curious what it'll look like, come fall camp when they let us into those early August practices. Because, it's a very interesting transformation with this body that I've never really covered. This is a kid who he's always been about 6'3 and a half, 6'3. But his sophomore year, when he really popped onto the national recruiting scene, he's verified at 300, 305, 310. He looked about that weight early in his sophomore year. And then early in his junior year. And then as the season went on, he just kept getting thinner. He was literally getting smaller every time I saw him. And at State, he looked 260 and weighed in at that a few weeks later. So it's interesting, something I've never really covered before. The weight loss thing, I don't, there's no medical problems that I've heard of or anything like that, but going to be something interesting to track going forward. Stephen Delgado asked, any thoughts on offers or commits from this weekend's visitor list? Looks like the Weiss receivers are coming yet again. Yeah, so there are a few guys at Weiss. The main one they're actually recruiting is Trey Moore. They have 2 receivers that transferred in that had to play JV this year because College Station and A&M Consolidated are in that district and just absolutely despise Weiss, so they call the UIL every chance they get. But they're playing JV. Texas isn't going to offer those kids until they have varsity film or they test. But, they're local guys. They can come in and have a good time, watch a home game from the visitor section. And, if they end up being a recruitable prospect and Texas throws an offer, they're going to be the leader, not just because they're a local school, but, hey, we've been talking to you for 2 years. You visited for this game, and this game, and also, with guys like Trey Moore or some of these other players that come from these prospect factories, just keeping everyone as happy as possible really helps in the long run. It does. like North Crowley, when John Turntine came down in the spring for an unofficial visit to watch practice, the North Crowley head coach brought down like 4 or 5 of the North Crowley kids. And some of those guys are never going to actually get recruited by Texas, but, you keep everyone happy. It's going to help you, So that's kind of what it is with Weiss. Went over the visitor list a tiny bit yesterday, but just to skim through it, they're going to have 3 commits on campus that have visited elsewhere in the last few weeks. Actually, 4 of them. Derek Cooper, he's going to be taking an official visit this weekend. It'll be his second ever time at Texas after he visited for the first time in April. And he went to Miami's game versus USF and Notre Dame. So good for him to get back on campus. James Johnson, another South Florida native who visited Miami for the Notre Dame game. He was also at the San Jose State game at Texas September 6th. So second visit to Austin in 2 weeks. And then Dylan Behrman, defensive lineman out of Monroe that's been committed to Texas since June, will be making his first trip to Austin since that June official visit where he committed on. He was at Ole Miss this past weekend for their win over Arkansas, and he's also, hearing flip attempts from Texas Tech, LSU, and Ole Miss, obviously, and Florida State. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with him. And then the 4th commit, Hank confirmed this after I got off the show yesterday, but Corey Wells, interior D-line out of small town Mississippi, Petal, Mississippi, located right outside the Hattiesburg area. He is going to be in Austin this weekend. He was at Auburn for one of their non-conference games. They won by a lot, and it was looking like they were going to flip him. It still looks like that might happen, but talking with some sources in Austin, talking with Hank, I mean, my feeling is kind of that, like, if he was going to flip, it would have been done by now. Like, he has an older brother that was held back here so they can be in the same grade named Chris Wells. And Chris Wells is a PWO offer from Texas. He has a scholarship offer from Auburn. Those things have been that way for weeks, and Corey Wells has remained committed. I think part of it, too, is Texas being like, hey, Hugh Freeze might get fired before signing day, buddy, and we're not going to accept you back if you flip away from us. You got to stick with us or, this and that. So I think that's part of it, too. But, I mean, getting him back to campus for the first time since the OV is important. And then underclassmen, or not underclassmen, I'll go Braylon Hodge, who you asked about here. He is a Michigan State commit from the greater Denver area, attends Cherry Creek, same high school that produced former Texas tight end Gunnar Helm. And current Michigan State commit, Texas offered September 10th, exactly a week ago. And about an hour before Texas offered, Michigan also offered. So he's having a really good senior year. He's kind of this, I mean, a lot of these late bloomers, especially on the defensive side of the ball, are cut from the same cloth where, like, they're former safeties that grew into linebackers. They're former edge rushers that were switched to linebacker. Braylon Hodge went from kind of playing edge and outside backer role to playing inside. And, I mean, his recruitment's gone like that because of it. That's why he has Texas. That's why he has Michigan. I'd noticed On 3 moved him from a 3-star to, I believe, the number 170 overall prospect. For us, he went from a low 3-star to an 89 3-star, highest rated 3-star you can be. And that move happened, I think, in like June or July. So the next rankings update, he might be a 4-star for us, just like he is for On 3. So as far as a flip happening, Hank has kind of been the one running point on this one. I won't lie. He's been the one communicating with him. So he has more info than I do. But I mean, from what he's heard, there is some confidence that they're going to flip or be able to flip him. It'll be an unofficial visit to Texas this weekend, and then it's not scheduled quite yet, but Hodge is hoping to officially visit the Texas A&M weekend, which I believe is the final weekend before signing day or second to last weekend before signing day. It's that Black Friday weekend. So that's what's happening, and if he ends up at Texas like we're kind of expecting, he will be the 3rd linebacker in the class, joining Tyler Atkinson, the 5-star out of Georgia, and Kosiak Pala, the high 3-star out of Katy Maid Creek. So some good linebacker group right there. And Patrick, as far as any new guys popping on my radar, not really. This is around the time they'll start doing it, though, because non-district play either ended last week or it's ending this week, depending on what district and high school you play in. And usually the senior risers, senior sleepers will start, their recruitment will start popping off once they put out that non-district film. So follow up with me on this in about a week, and I should have some names for you. But yeah, everything all good back home?
Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate you giving me a few minutes here to get the mom squared away. It's the toughest thing about being 1,500 miles away from home. When your parents need things, you gotta help out. So appreciate it.
Yeah. Wholesome Florida Jit.
I didn't know that was in George's repertoire. Okay, I love that. Feel like I'm back at home.
Man, I cover high school kids for a living, so
good point. Good point.
I'm hearing some phrases and references I didn't even know existed, like every Friday almost. But
for the audience, JIT is I know I've never heard it in Texas, but that is in Florida we claim it as like youngster, like youngin. I've heard it in like Georgia, some other places in the South, but definitely Florida. Just for the audience.
Well, I remember there was a doubleheader high school game in what would have been August or September of 2023. It was at this shitty Fort Worth ISD stadium. I think it's Clark Stadium. Absolutely horrendous venue. It's off I-20. And it was a doubleheader. The first game was Duncanville versus Orlando Jones.
Yep. Yeah.
That was DeAndre Robinson's junior year. He only had like 5 offers at the time. But, I mean, he was just this humongous, fat interior D lineman that was very easy to move off the ball because he didn't really care about anything. And I'm watching this kid. I'm like, this dude stinks. Like, he's bad. And Texas offers him like 2 weeks later. And they obviously ended up signing him. And then Napier and Florida pulled some strings, got him out of his letter of intent after Bo Davis took the LSU job. But that game, Duncanville was just beating their ass. I mean, the score was like 50-7. And that was also Keelan Russell's first ever start because their week 1 game, the starter tore his ACL. And Keelan wouldn't have started until his junior year if that didn't happen. But anyways, Colin Simmons and the entire Duncanville team kept calling Orlando Jones a bunch of jits. And like just the whole handshake line, they're threatening to fight and get y'all sorry ass jits back to Florida, like all that stuff. The next game is DeSoto versus St. Francis from Baltimore. And DeSoto almost returns the opening kick. There's a viral video. You probably might not have seen this, or if you did, you didn't know it was Jonte Cook and Trey Wisner.
Okay.
But it's the opening kick. They get down to like the 20. All he has to do is run in there. And Jonte's like high-fiving Trey Wisner.
Yeah.
And a St. Francis player hawks him down because Trey Wisner was busy playing patty cake and in a block. DeSoto scores like 2 plays later, and that was the last time they scored that entire game. They lost like 63-7. And St. Francis's quarterback was God, what is his name? He played for Mississippi State. He's now at LSU. Michael Van Buren.
Right.
Who was an awesome high school QB. He looked like Bryce Young out there. And they had a edge rusher who was a 5-star named Deshaun Womack, who was at LSU. He's now at Ole Miss. And they were literally giving him carries up like 40 points, and no one wanted to tackle him because he was a 6'4", 250-pound 5-star edge rusher. So that day was wiped from my memory until we started talking about jits. Yeah, all right. So I know we talked about the Sark press conference a little. Is this like the most kind of defensive you've seen him a little bit? Because, I mean, I do understand it from his point of view, like for how much hype there was on Arch and even what their expectations were for Arch. And then this is happening, and it's like they're winning games, but the wins feel like losses because the offense is so bad. And, you know, there's just a lot of pressure on both these guys. And I don't think he really came across as kind of defensive, but, you know, there is a little bit of deflecting, a tiny bit at least, whenever it's, hey, like, imagine what'll be on the other side of this, you know?
Jordan, you asked me if it's the most defensive. Actually, it's not. Steve has been, you know, I was wondering what he was going to be like after the UTEP game. And he was pretty, I mean, when you play that poorly on offense, what can you be defensive about, right? Like you, especially in the pass game. He came, he was like, what's up, guys? Like, I was expecting him to be a little bit more forceful. I'll answer the most defensive I've seen him and then come back to how I've kind of seen him this year. The most defensive I've seen him, Jordan, was my first year on the beat, 2023, in regards to red zone struggles. And quite frankly, he was defensive at SEC Media Days this year when the first question he got was about red zone struggles. Yeah. that is the most defensive I've seen him. I'll wait till Jordan comes back because I want him to hear the story of me asking Steve the question in my first year about red zone struggles. But I think in terms of his overall defensiveness, he hasn't been that way with Art. So I'll come back to where I was going with Jordan. I want to wait for you to get back. My first year on the beat, Steve, like once he starts to recognize you and not like know who you are, but just recognize your voice and your questions, he kind of gets that log in his head of like, all right, this is who this person is. But he doesn't know you. He can be pretty just like short. Like, let me just answer this in the most quick way possible. So if you remember the game before OU 2023, of course, OU 2023, they have the 4 shots at the goal line. They miss, right? The game before that, they had some short yardage struggles. And I wrote about that entering the year like, hey, yes, this team had Bijan. Yes, they were explosive. But when they needed to have a power run game and everyone in the stadium knew you were going to run it, A, they were about a 55-45 split between run and pass. B, they weren't effective when they did run. So I asked him about that, and I used a pretty like granular statistic. And Steve was like, stats are like anything. It's like an old coaching friend said to me. Stats are like anything. Once you get them, you can do anything with them. I was like, all right, cool. And then I asked Steve, of course, the next week, they end up failing in the red zone. And I got the first question to Steve. Because I think, Jordan, you know how that Cotton Bowl press conference works, right? They put everybody up there. It's like a bowl game. You know, both teams go, same room, whatever. And a losing team went first. And I ended up getting like, I think it was the first or second question. And I'm not going to lie. I probably phrased it in a way that Steve felt like I was being a dickhead. Because I was like, yeah, you know, Steve, you know, you didn't really want to acknowledge, you know, some of the short order stuff last week. What do you think happened this week? He's like, I don't know. I'll have to look at it. And then he asked the question. Of course, his doctor's office called me back. Jordan, take over for like 2 seconds. And I'll come right back.
You're good. No worries. All right. Removed him from stage. Yeah. Hey, doctor's office, baby. Jake asked, am I going to Gainesville? I'm not. I know this has been on all over Twitter, but kind of crazy how much hype the DJ Lagway Archie Manning matchup is, how little hype it's gotten. Especially, I mean, you go back to the summer, this was a game everyone was talking about, you know, but I don't know. I will be at the Georgia game though. Always wanted to get to Athens, and I mean, hey, that one should be a night game. I'm not sure about the Florida one, but yeah, looking forward to that one. Also going to try to see Tyler Atkinson play that same weekend. That's also a big reason why I chose Georgia. The kids committed to Texas and the state of Florida aren't really anywhere close to Gainesville. And like the 27 kids they're recruiting aren't really close to Gainesville either. So I can get the most content out of the Georgia game. And yes, I'll be at the Cotton Bowl this year. My family already got some tickets, so luckily I'm going for the free 99. But yeah, and this year I'll have the sun behind me. I won't be looking into the sun for 4 quarters while they run out of water. So yeah, and had a buddy over last night. His family owns a stand in the fair. They sell like fried everything. Or they actually have 2 stands, and he works the entire fair where he's there every day. And him and his sister both work the fair. They're there every day. And they each have a parking pass for employees. So this year I'm getting this parking pass on game day, which is really nice. That's what I did the 49-0 year. Because, I mean, everything's shut off down there. But if you have the pass and are driving through, the cops let you through because they see it's an employee parking pass. And you can get up literally right across. There's a lot right across the street from walking into the fair. And there's never a line there because it's really only an entrance for employees because it's kind of off the beaten path. So that's what I'm doing this year. I still need to get my hotel because win or lose, I'm going to be drinking. And, you know, I live in South Fort Worth. That is not a fun drive to do after a game. So yeah. And yeah, I probably wouldn't be going to this game if I didn't have free tickets because I'm going to have to pay for me and my girlfriend to be at the A&M game. And cheapest ticket right now on Game Time I've been looking is like in, I think, the 600s or 500s. That's at the very top. So I don't know. I need A&M to start losing some games and, you know, maybe Texas continue struggling a little bit more and those prices can come down. But yeah, hey, Colin, I'd say sure, go ahead, but might not have my car back from the shop yet. So I'm picking up a loaner today. I think it's a 2-door Buick or 4-door. I'm not sure. I forget. But yeah, if it wasn't that situation, I'd say come on over. But Eric, I see you in the back. You ready to go? Okay, cool.
All right. Sorry about that. I'm sure BK's there like pulling his hair out like this is the most disjointed show ever, so I apologize. Yeah, Jordan, I'll just quickly tie that up. Yeah, with Arch, he hasn't been defensive. I think he's been real. But the most defensive I've ever seen him is about that short yardage stuff. And as a coach, like, how can you be? When the pass game, Ohio State, he was, hey, it's only game 1. We're going to improve, typical Sark. Game 2, the penalties were so obvious, like he couldn't ignore it. UTEP, again, 11 of 25 for $114, and passes are all over the place. What I have noticed him try to do, Jordan, is spread the blame around the entire offense, which is like a great coach thing to do. But I don't know, for those of you guys who are watching games on TV, what does it look like to y'all? Because to me, I don't blame Ryan Wingo for being a little bit frustrated when one pass is here, and then all of a sudden, like, oh crap, one hits me in the chest, I don't know what to do with it, right? So that's what it looks like from my vantage point, but I don't know if it looks any different to you guys who are watching the games.
I mean, to be quite honest with you, it looks like shit.
All right.
Because it's the broadcast, you can't really see, in the secondary who's covered and who's not covered. But he's sitting back there all day behind a pocket that's usually pretty well protected.
Yeah.
And he's just taking forever. And you can see his head like following the same read or another guy, but he just doesn't throw the ball. And I mean, it's nuts. Like, let me pull this up. Okay. Ryan Wingo has 9 catches.
Which is surprising, by the way.
Yeah, it does not feel like 9 catches. I mean, but I think they're counting it as a catch on the jet sweeps or whatever when Arch is tossing the ball forward. But I mean, it's been bad. It's been a horrible watch, and I'm sure it's even worse in the press box. And I'm curious what it'll look like on the field because I'm going to the game this weekend. But I mean, yeah. Okay, I forgot to ask you about this. CB said Arch was slouching the entire time on Monday, and he asked Eric, did Bianco really tell him to sit up?
CB, I didn't catch Bianco till Arch to – no. I know what Chris is talking about. Chris, no. Arch was slouching, but the mics, I'm going to demonstrate here, right? Like, the mic is there, and hopefully y'all can see it in my shot. If it doesn't look like y'all can, but – yeah, the mic is like all the way up there, and Arch is all the way back here. So Bianco was like, yo, get closer to the mic because he is slouching back. But I want to be very selective with what I say here. Arch came in and said, hey, I'm in a rush, so we kind of got to get this going. It's not the first time Arch has said, yo, I'm in a rush, right? Whether he is or isn't, I don't know. But that's just going back to my point, Jordan, that I was making at the beginning of the show. It's clear that Arch wants nothing to do with that, right? So there may have been some communication like, yo, let's wrap this thing up so I can get out of here. But no, what Chris is talking about, it took me a minute to remember. It wasn't that he was telling him to sit up. It's that he was too far away from the mic, so it wasn't picking up his voice.
All right. You usually have a story before each game, 5 pressing questions. I know you haven't put that out yet. I assume you're working on it for Sam Houston State. What are your 5 pressing questions?
All right. 1, pass game. I mean, you got to get that squared away, right? And my thing is this. Yeah, as Jordan steps off for a second, my thing is this, right? It can't be another slow start with the pass game. You got to be able to get the offense in rhythm quickly, especially we'll see what Contravion Wisner's status is. CJ Baxter already out. You got to get guys in rhythm. I think getting the pass game started early is going to be big for Ryan Wingo, Jordan, right? He can't, and I need to look at the numbers to see when he's getting his first catch or his first touch, right? But get him involved in the game early because he can't go 2.5 quarters without getting a touch. So the pass game. I guess a caveat to that would be getting some plays downfield. Again, this secondary is not good. You need to hit underneath, hit deep, hit everything. Number 2, the run game, if Trey doesn't play, what does that look like, right? Because a lot of these young backs, they're now like basically we'll see what CJ's situation is, Jordan, like basically the number 2 or number 3 option in the run game, right? And you saw the way they played against Ohio State. It seemed to me like Steve wanted to make this year Contravion Wisner, CJ Baxter, and then if there's room for some third carries, whoever else that person is. Now injuries are causing to be a situation where like, yo, that's not the case, right? Number 3, Colin Simmons is pressing like all hell. This dude is way too athletic, way too talented to not get sacks against San Jose State and UTEP. All right. It's one of the few coach speak things that I do believe with a player as talented as Colin. Just play within the scheme, especially against these opponents. Yeah. If you just play within the defense, you're going to fall into these sacks, dude. So like, stop trying to go crazy and get 5 sacks in one play. So Colin Simmons there. Ryan Niblett. Not necessarily a pressing question, but I'm going to throw this one out as an interesting thing. As they're trying to generate offense, I think it's clear to me, all we heard all camp is that Niblett's one of the fastest guys on the team. He's dynamic, this, that, and the other. You saw something in return game there, right? Oh, yeah. Can you find a way to get him? I'm not even saying Jordan like 5 touches a game. I'm just saying like 3 touches on offense, 2 to 3 touches. Maybe he pops 1 for a first down or, 25, 30 yards. How can they work him into the game plan? And the last thing for me is just overall, it's kind of surprising. And maybe I shouldn't use the word surprising, but you see teams are making a concerted effort to get the ball out of their quarterback's hands quickly against this Texas pass rush, right? Like let's take Colin out of it. When these guys get opportunities, can they get home, right? Because it's very clear to me, Jordan, I don't know if you see it the same way. They're not going to get a ton of opportunities like they had, in 2023 when it felt like they had a bunch of hurries and could never get a sack. 2024, the sack total increased a little bit, still wasn't where you wanted it to be. This year, I think it's clear. They're not going to let this defense get the opportunities. So the opportunities you do have, like how many of those can you turn into sacks? Either way, this defense is still playing great, but the reason I say it's a pressing question is if this offense is going to be all year, then this defense has got to be here.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's quite as bad as Oklahoma's set up last year where they wouldn't win a game unless they had a pick 6 or a scoop and score. But in conference play, I mean, it might be like that if the offense is still playing this way. That's just what it is. The Colin Simmons thing has been fascinating to me because, like, he's obviously dealing with more double teams and, like, focus on the offense than he's ever dealt with before at the college level. But, like, you can't have half a sack through 3 games after you spent the entire offseason talking about it. You're going to try to break the sack record.
Right.
And, like, I covered Colin Simmons for 3 years in high school. This dude has always been trying to be in the headlines and say, a crazy quote or whatnot. That's who he is. That's what he does. He's an entertainer. That's always how he's been. So when he said that in the summer, it's like, dude, all right, it's nothing new to me. But the second you don't play well, Texas fans are bringing that up and retweeting that and other stuff too. So I'm with you. I mean, it does feel like he's trying to do too much sometimes, but, man, just do your job. Play in the scheme. You're going to be in the right spot. And, I mean, as long as you stay healthy, you're going to be playing in the NFL and drafted into the NFL in April of 2027. So, right. Yeah, okay. How many points does Texas have to score versus Sam Houston State if you're not hit the panic button? Because I know you keep saying their secondary is dog shit.
Yeah.
But they've allowed 37, 38, and 41 points in their 3 games this year. How many does Texas have to score for you to not be like, Jesus Christ, for the 3rd week in a row?
I'll give you my score prediction right now. Texas should win this game 45-0. I don't think Sam Houston's offense is going to be able to generate anything, especially with their quarterback situation. Again, Hunter Watson, we'll see what he has. The story, Jordan, about like, yo, we know you're here in street clothes. Like you can literally watch the Hawaii game. He's in his jersey and jeans. And I'm like, yo, go get dressed. It's such a G5 story.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a G5 story. They're like, yo, if these dudes take another hit to the head, go get dressed. So they literally send him back in the 3rd quarter. He's not going to be 100%, right, from what he's dealing with. This offense, again, I can't, I'm not going to make this the Sam Houston preview, but they won 10 games last year with Casey Keeler. He left to go to Temple. This team is completely new under Phil Longo, and it's a new offense. And Hunter Watson is not an air raid quarterback. He is Diego Pavia, like skim milk Diego Pavia, all right? I can't even say 2%, right, in terms of the way he's trying to play. So they don't even have a quarterback, and Jordan knows the other kid, Matauer. Jordan knows the other kid there to say that, like, he ain't really nothing either. They don't have a quarterback to run this system, all right? So I'm not worried about them putting up points. Texas, on the other hand, dude, as I said before, CJ Brown is they got another kid, Diaz, I'm forgetting his name right now, who's like okay for like Conference USA standards, but it's CUSA. CJ Brown is the only one who, if he hadn't have, kind of foolishly left Northern Illinois, he'd probably be in the NFL right now. It's like a 6th rounder, a 7th rounder, that type of player, special teamer. But he left to go to Bowling Green and then realized like, oh crap, like this ain't it. Now it's Sam Houston trying to get himself jump started again. There's nothing in that secondary that should stop them. Jordan, and I'm glad you mentioned the watching the broadcast and not seeing kind of what the secondary is doing. I hear you and I agree with you. However, there's no reason Ryan Wingo, I guess if Demo's healthy, obviously he didn't play last week, but Ryan Wingo, Parker Livingstone, etc., why they can't get off on these DBs, right? Like unless they're playing 20 yards back. And I went back and looked at the UTEP film. They played off to start the game, but once they got a little bit confident that like, Arch can't throw or Arch isn't having success throwing, they started to cheat up a little bit, right? There's no reason one of those guys can't get off the line against those DBs. So that's what I'm looking for on Saturday. So that's why I say 45-0 is my prediction. Anything less than 40, and I'm going to be like, another 30-10 win is not going to make me feel comfortable heading into SEC play.
No. It'll feel like it'll be another win that feels like a loss if it's 30-10. One thing I keep asking myself is like, how many performances is Arch Manning going to have like he has the first 3 weeks for Sark to revert back to the offense they ran last year with Quinn Ewers, where it's like, all right, we're done throwing the ball 10-plus yards down the field. Everything's behind the line of scrimmage, or it's an in, out, whip, return around, whatever it is. As long as it's within 10 yards, we're going to get our playmakers the ball in open space, and they're going to do what they do. When does that happen? Because, like, throwing behind the line of scrimmage, it's not sexy, it's not fun, but it's a much easier pass for him to complete. And if he's going into the second quarter 9 of 10 because his 8 of 9 completions have been behind the line of scrimmage or within 5 yards, like that has to be a better end result going into the second quarter the rest of the game than it would be trying to throw it downfield. Because, it's not like Sark's telling him go after the deep man every time, but like he's trying to score a touchdown every play. He's trying to do too much sometimes. And he's talked about, taking the check down or whatnot instead of doing this. But like the hero ball and just the taking what the defense gives you, we need to see more of that, I feel like, or else it's going to continue looking like this. So I was just curious, like, let's say you're in Sark's shoes. How many Arch 2025 performances would you see before being like, all right, we're running the old Quinn Ewers offense?
I would get through Florida and Oklahoma only because those are really good defenses. Now, the flip side of that may be, let me give a caveat. If this thing don't work against Sam Houston, then you need to start come UF, right? Like then you need to scale things back. You talked about the old Quinn Ewers offense. The audience may know I'm a UCF grad circa 2015. I saw Blake Bortles get turned into an NFL draft pick with a bunch of bubble screens and passes behind the line of scrimmage. And hey, Blake, you got a big arm. Here are 5 deep shots. Weirdly enough, Jordan, that UCF team had Brashad Perriman.
They won a natty.
That too. I mean,
next year.
That goes without saying. They had Brashad. They basically had 4 guys. Obviously, Brashad Perriman ended up being a first-round pick, right? Remember, serves me correct. Somehow, some way,
something like that.
A first-round pick. They had like 4 guys who made NFL rosters at some point. So they had a bunch of talent at receiver. So that offense was basically bubble screens, hitches, comebacks, and then, hey, Blake, here's 5 deep shots. If you complete 2 of them, great, right? At that point, that's what you're going into if you can't get it started against Sam Houston. If Sam Houston goes well, I'd give Arch, UF, and OU because those are seemingly solid defenses. And then if those don't go well, we're scaling this thing back come, I guess that's Kentucky, Mississippi State, Vandy, right? So that's the way I'd answer it. If it goes well on Saturday, you give him a little bit longer of a leash. If it doesn't, it's time to hit, like I said, it's time to hit the panic button. And I'm not the panic guy, but I can't emphasize enough, man. This secondary, this defense is not good.
Yeah. All right, I got 2 more for you before you get out of here. So I talk about it in our Horns 24/7 group chat a lot. Where are you with potentially hiring a play caller, giving someone else on the staff play calling duties? What would have to happen for you to think like that has to happen?
So you're talking about next year, not this year, like not like him resigning from the role this year, right?
I mean, realistically, I don't think there's any way in hell Sark is going to give play calling duties to Milwee or Chris Jackson or Mike Bamonte or Cal Flood.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that, because that was the point that I was like, when I see that come up, I'm like, there's no one on this staff that has called plays before outside of Neil Brown, unless
who's been there 3 months, 4 months, whatever it is.
So that's not going to happen. I saw. I'll shout out Shahan Jarira of SEC Sports, of CBS Sports, who wrote the article saying basically it's time. You would have to look at it at the end of this year, I think. And I've never even been someone, Jordan, who's been like bash Sark for his play calling. However, you can make the argument that Sark is a better schemer / game planner than he is play caller, if you want to make that argument. I haven't been that way yet. I've always, maybe I believe in big brain Sark, that like I've been able to see his vision. Outside of the Ohio State toss, I didn't get that. I do think this team has this program. I shouldn't say this year's team, this program is at a lack of identity in short yardage and reds and goal line. I'll put that on Steve. But outside of that, I guess I've bought into big brain Sark as a play caller. But if this thing continues the way it does for the rest of this year, I'd say you at least have to have the conversation. I'll never forget Steve said, hey, my ego is not big enough. My ego is not that big to where if I'm hampering the team, I won't do what's best for the team. But he always qualifies that by saying, I think I am doing what's best for the team. Getting an email from Chip Brown about Jordan Scruggs, or a text. So I'll handle that in a second. It's about getting you squared away for Saturday. So I'll come back to that after the show. But that's my answer. It's if this thing continues the way it does, then you have to have a serious conversation.
Yeah, and I think like the Sark needs the play callers getting blown up a little bit more, because like, I mean, dude, they could have 2019 Joe Sloan out there scheming shit up. It doesn't matter if Arch is off and inaccurate and making the wrong reads, So I see the argument, but I'm with you. Like, we got to get deeper into the season to see. All right, last one. We're going to end it kind of funny. Was Scott Frost the UCF head coach when you were there?
No, George O'Leary was there. Scott Frost was there the year after I graduated.
Damn. But you've heard stories of him drinking and banging college kids, college girls? Because it happened at Nebraska.
I have heard stories of Scott Frost living life, put you that way.
Yeah, I heard from a source who attended Nebraska for his freshman year of college before transferring somewhere else, that he would be out on like the town, basically whatever Lincoln's version of 6th Street, and would just be absolutely hammered. Like 2 hours after a game ended, and there's college kids everywhere, and he's the only dude like over 30 in a bar just getting plastered. And he'd bring like a college girl home sometimes or other stuff. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, and everyone at Nebraska knew about it. Like, Lincoln's a small town. Everyone knows each other. They knew about it. And apparently there was a Dylan Raiola, because he ended up in Nebraska, but that was once Matt Rule took the job. Apparently there was a time he was supposed to go to a meeting after a game at Frost's house in Lincoln. And it was a game they won. And he showed up, and Frost, like, is just plastered and tells him, like, nah, we're not meeting. We're going to do this tomorrow or whatever. And that's what, like, turned Raiola off Nebraska for a long time, because he didn't really give him a look until they got Rule. So that's what happened. That's what I was told. But interesting how it'll work. Now he's back in Orlando,
Jordan, I'd heard, like, Scott Frost enjoying Orlando. I hadn't heard that. So, yeah, that's why I said, like, I've heard of him, like, enjoying life and enjoying that he really enjoyed, especially because, like I said, that was the year after I graduated, the 2 years after I graduated. So I still knew a lot of people who were either on campus or so on and so forth. And we're like, yeah, Scott Frost really enjoys living in Orlando. Like, he enjoys being in a city that, at that point in time, Scott was probably early 40s, something like that, maybe late 30s. So, like, yeah, he kind of enjoys it's a younger city. But I hadn't heard that. So that's new to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, up next, the voice of college football breaks down Steve Sarkisian and Arch Manning's Monday press conferences and talks about ways this offense can improve. Chip and Zay, we're going to end the live stream, but Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. We're going to get out of here. Eric and I will see you next Wednesday, next hump day. And I'll be back tomorrow with Will every weekday, 10 to 11. Peace. You have a good one, and happy hump day. Eric, don't leave.